see what we got here. We got Ian. Good thing I didn't call these trades. Yeah, none of these trades are all reversing. It's a good call by not calling those. Hey guys, how's it going? Looks like some people are in here early, so let me I'm gonna be posting this to the social media real quick so everyone can hop on, and then once we have all that done, I'm going to get started, guys. Just give me 1 second. Post this Facebook. Here as well. All right, guys, let me get this on the social media real quick. We can get started. Just post this up onto here. Hey man, I gotta get these scammers in the group. Delete this stuff. And let me post this up really quick. So got that on there. Let me get this here. And lastly, the indice room. Post this on the Facebook real quick. And then I think I'm gonna send out an email to everyone so that people can catch this. I know there's a lot of people who haven't been coming because they didn't realize that this was available, but it is. So I'm gonna have to like figure out a way to get this to everyone. But let me just send it to everywhere. And we have one last place. I think the Instagram, and then we can get started, guys. So I was looking for trades this morning, guys, for the 6 a.m. The 6 a.m. 4-hour candle close my time, but I waited because the market was moving weird, and I'm glad I did because just looking at the sorry, 1 second, guys. So looking at the pairs that I was going to send out, that they all kind of reversed. So I'm glad I didn't call these. I might call them for a late call, but you can see how hard they just swung back, literally all of them. So that's a good thing that I didn't call them because the market has been moving weird this week, guys. If you guys haven't noticed, there was like little to no volatility on Sunday and Monday. Well, we did have some TPs on Sunday, but Monday was super dead. And then all of a sudden on Tuesday and Wednesday, it just had some huge random spikes. So that's why it was kind of best that I held off on calling new trades right away. Because the last thing I want to do is get caught in this drawdown right here. Because we can always put a buy stop here, and then we can enter it after. But I wanted to be safe, so that's why I didn't call them just yet. So let me just post this on a few other places real quick. Let me see. Where else do I need to post? Instagram. Okay, so like one more. Yeah, because a lot of people have been telling me that I should be marketing this better so that other people can gain access to it. Because a lot of people are pulling a lot of value out of these live trading rooms. So I just want to make sure that everyone has access to it. All right, cool. One last place, guys, and then we can get started. So let me just give it some time. We're still kind of early anyways. Let me make sure my alerts are on for US 30 so that we can take this trade. All right, I got my alerts on. And then one last location. Let me just get this on the Instagram real quick. Yeah, because I think people are still making their way in anyways. It's kind of slow right now. So we did have a sell right here. So I think for US 30, we're probably gonna be looking for a buy, right? Let's get that line right there. get this over on the Instagram. I think that might be it, guys. Let me just finish this from loading. All right, let me pull up the chat real quick, see what everyone's doing. See who's here. Hey, morning, Alkin. Morning, Joseph. Morning, Peter. Morning, Kushi. Morning, Matt. Morning, Gactive. Morning, Braden. Morning, Indra. Morning, John. Morning, Wavebum. Morning, HL. Morning, Fung. Morning, everybody. So, hey, guys. Like I was mentioning earlier before we started, we held off on calling the trades right now for the 6 a.m. 4-hour candle close because I know the market's been moving weird this whole week. You know, Sunday was okay. We made some TPs on Sunday. On Monday and Tuesday, the volatility was super low. And then yesterday, the market was just crazy. So that's why I was holding off, because we had some entries here for AN, but you can see obviously it pulled back a bit. We can still enter this for a late entry with a buy stop, but I'm going to be maybe thinking about it first before I actually make these calls, because you can see all these trades that I was going to call, they all retraced back like quite a bit. So I'm glad I didn't call those yet, because the market's just moving a little weird during this time. There's a ton of news this morning, guys. I'm not sure if you guys saw the post that I made earlier. There was news for Euro, like literally all morning. And then we had USD news at 5:30 about an hour ago. So that's why price has been moving a little weird. Sometimes price reacts a little late to news. Sometimes the news happens and then price doesn't actually move until like maybe a couple hours later. So I'm holding off on these right now. I'm going to keep looking at them and I'm going to reanalyze them for late entry if possible. But currently I'm just going to focus on a couple other things right now, like US 30. Let me see what else do we got here. Let's see. Morning, Dan. Morning, Velocity. Morning, City. Morning, Art. Morning, Victor. Let me, what I'm going to do right now is I'm going to draw some zones right here. So Braden's asking, would you have sold that last sell signal? So guys, last night I was just back testing this scalping strategy that I've been using, but I was trying to figure out a way how to explain it to you guys. And yeah, I would have taken that, and I'll show you right now why. Sorry, Braden, whoever asked for it. Yeah, sorry, Braden. So I'm gonna draw these zones real quick. I've been applying this strategy like way before for scalping, but it was kind of hard for me to explain to you guys how it's applied, because applying this type of strategy requires, you know, some actual skill with like reading the charts. Because basically what I'm doing is I'm just identifying when price goes from zone to zone, and then I can kind of picture where price is going to go next. So that's how I was able to identify this, because I did take I took my own trade last night. I didn't call it in the group, but unfortunately it like literally just hit stop loss. It spiked to stop loss and then it freaking dropped. So I got like, it was so annoying, because like I showed it to I'll just show you guys on the chart right here what I did. Like I mentioned, basically I'll zoom out and then I'll just see how because if you guys look at the charts, it's like a storyline, guys. If you guys really know how to read the charts, it's literally a storyline. Like you can see here, price was literally going sideways, and then you can see price goes up, goes down, goes up, goes down, goes up, goes down. And then from here, it's like a new wave upwards, right? So it goes from down, up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down, up until here. And then from this point, it's another wave. So we had this up wave right here. We have this down wave right here, right? So right here, we have a high, low, high, low, high, low, high, low, high, and then low right here, right? So when we got this signal right here, price is technically going down. So that's why I would have taken this this sell right there if I did see it. However, I was asleep at the time, and it fell within my other entry. So I actually entered over here, guys, on this entry right here, but it stopped me out. So like you can see here that it's basically like how I mentioned, it's a storyline. So basically if we just focus on this little move right here, this is where the drop starts, right? Because price goes from high, low, and then it goes higher here. So this is very high. So high, low, high, low, high, low, high, low, high, low, high. And then obviously from this point, we would anticipate this to continue farther down. This is a strategy that I use on my own for scalping, but it's a little subjective. So it's kind of hard to teach you guys if you guys don't know how to read the charts on your own. But yeah, so in this situation, I would have taken the sell right here for maybe like the same sweet spot, 1500 pips. And then if it played out, I think it would have hit TP or almost. So let me see if it played out. Yeah, it would still, yeah, it would have hit TP right there. So what happened was I entered this trade over here actually. But because of the news last night and the news this morning, it spiked price kind of heavy. So, or no, what happened? It was my fault, guys. I put my stop loss too tight because I was just speculating this trade. So basically what I had here was I did the same thing. Basically I zoomed out, I read the storyline. There was a wave up here and then the wave down right here, right? So in this situation over here, I was identifying the same exact thing. Identified the high, the low, the high, the low, the high, and then I was anticipating. So this is basically what I saw, guys. I saw a high right here, the low, the high right there, the low right there, the high right here. And then I would have seen the sell signal and I would have anticipated this to continue down, right? That's what I was thinking was going to happen. So what happened was, it was my stupid mistakes. I usually use a 1500 stop loss, but since I was going to sleep, I wanted to make it a little tighter. So what happened was I made the stop loss 750 pips instead of making it the normal 1500. And look what happened, guys. It's fucking annoying because I woke up this morning and then it literally it hit my stop loss right there. And then it ended up coming straight down. Look, check this out. This was so annoying. And then it came and hit my freaking TP right here because I put my stop loss too tight. If I had it up to 1500 like I normally do, I would have hit full TP. But man, it's my mistake. It's no biggie. You know, you live and you learn. Like, so this is a strategy that I've been using. I'm probably going to try teaching you guys how to apply this. Because I was literally back testing this. Last night I was up until like 1. I was up until London session. That's why I entered this this trade here because I was up so late just back testing this. But you can see here that it clearly works very well. So if I go here and I show you another example of how it works, this is just like a random sell signal over here. I do the same exact thing that I did earlier. I basically just create the storyline. I see where price is going, and then I anticipate where it's going to move next. So obviously from here, we have, the low here, and then it shoots from here. So this is the low. I guess this would be considered the high. This would be the low. So it's kind of similar to, it's like an Elliott wave, but it's a little different because we're using the K2 signals to identify, the direction of price. So it goes up from there. It's kind of similar to the zone strategy, except, you kind of have to have an eye for identifying these highs and lows. So like right here, basically, we get that high, low, and then up here, right? And then from here, it starts to come down. So the difference with this is that there's different highs and lows. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. For Elliott wave, there's only so many pulses. But for my strategy, I pretty much just keep going until it ends. So like right here, we have the low, and it keeps working. Regardless as to how many times price pulses. So I'll just count these right here: high, low, high, low, high, low. And then pretty much from right here, we have that sell signal. So in the situation over here, I probably would have taken the, and the zones aren't necessary. It's just that it helps with your storyline. It helps you identify where price is, necessarily going. So like right here, like I mentioned, the normal 1500, I let that run. Looks like it would have, does it drop at all? Drops a bit. So it does drop right here. It takes a while. But then it ends up dropping pretty heavy. So if you moved your stop loss and profit right here, like to halfway mark, you would have probably gone, you would have gone stopped out like over here, right? For 750 pips. And it's the same strategy pretty much. So you would have hit TP1 right here as price moves down halfway. And then you just keep doing it over and over again because it's a scalping strategy and it works through all time zones. So let me see what time was this. Actually, okay, so this was during Asia session. So I might have not have taken this one because you guys can see during Asia session, it just goes sideways. And then once we enter London, it spikes up and down. So generally, I'd want to use this strategy when it's when the market's actually moving. So I'd probably use it in London, and I'd probably use it in New York session, because Asia session is just flat anyways. So even if you were to take this trade here, you would have been holding on to it for like literally the whole session before the actual move happened right here. And then you could have taken it like on this entry over here. So that's just another scalping strategy that I've been using a long time ago, but I'm just trying to figure out how to teach it to you guys, especially for you guys that are new and not familiar with, you know, reading the charts. So there's I'm going to keep working on that, and then I'll figure out how I'm going to teach you guys how to identify that. Because the thing is, when you have the zones here, it kind of helps because you can identify where the highs and the lows are. But without the zones, obviously, it's kind of harder for someone to see, right? So basically, I would have you guys draw the zones so that it can be a little guideline for you guys to see where the high lows are. And then you can kind of see the storyline, because like same situation with this one right here. Like if you were to take this this buy right here, or even this buy right here, you would just create a storyline. And it's not just trend lines. You kind of have to see exactly what I'm talking about. It's like right here would be the high, the low, because sometimes people would think this is the low, right? Which could be the low. It's just I like to catch the full move instead of all these little like noises right here, especially because we're on the 10-minute. So it might be better if you guys apply it on the higher time frame, maybe like the 30-minute or the 1 hour or the 4 hour. But like I mentioned, that's something that I need to work on so that I can actually explain to you guys properly, because I want to make sure everyone understands this. I know it's a little more complex for new traders, but it's doable. It's not impossible for you guys to you know, really learn this stuff, because you can see these pulses actually go pretty wide out. So like right here, I probably would have taken this buy. The reason for that is because we have the swings right here for when price tests these zones, and then once it comes up from this point, it breaks this lower high right here. So since it breaks it, odds are it's probably going to continue up, right? So if I was to take that trade, enter like a long position right there, and then pretty much let it run to full TP, right? So it's really simple if you guys know what I'm talking about. Like if you guys can see what I see right now, it's really easy, because you could take pretty much any signal that's going that direction if you get a K2 signal, and that would be the extra confirmation. But for new traders, it might be a little difficult, so I might have to be teaching this with you guys, one-on-one, so that I can help you train your eye to identify what I'm looking at, because it's a little subjective. Like this would be a high here. Some people wouldn't count this as the low, right? Some people might skip this and just say this is the low because they're looking at these pivot high lows. However, it's very subjective, because you can see price comes down, test the structure. That's why I counted that as a low, and then came up. There's no structure here, but it did swing up a little bit for a retracement before coming farther back down. So that's just a sneak peek of what I'm planning on teaching you guys later, because a lot of you guys keep asking about scalping strategies. Even though you guys do have the pivot strategies, I know there's a lot of people that want something else because it just doesn't resonate with everyone. And this is one that I actually used to use every day when I was scalping. So I'll definitely try to teach you guys that eventually. But let's go back to the current chart. So we're right here, market just opened, we have a false signal. So here's an example of how let me go check the Forex trades real quick to make sure that our positions are, damn, okay, fuck, I missed it. So I was gonna, if you guys were here when the stream started, I said I was gonna make some late calls for these trades that I was looking at, but unfortunately I missed out on them because I was showing you guys that new scalping strategy. But okay, so we missed Euro USD right here. It's already in profit, so I'm not gonna call it. I mean, it's not even that far in profit, but still, I wouldn't want to enter at a loss like that. I might call this AN right here though. Let's see. Trying to see the correlating AUD pair, see if they're all bullish. They're not necessarily all bullish, but it looks like they're all pushing up in that direction. So I might call that. Let me see if the NZDs are weak. It's a mixed correlation, guys. Usually if I was to take AN, like if I was going to take this trade, I would want all of the AUDs to be strong. So I don't want them all to be pushing up. They're not all pushing up. I mean, for the most part, they are, aside from odd CHF and odd CAD, odd USD. Oh, and this is our odd USD, guys. I don't know if you guys still had that open. So we had the 80 pip win right there. We had two AUD pairs that hit TP because I called one last night for a gain of 40 pips. This one, that was after. And then we had this older one that was running from like last week, which hit 80 pips. So that's why we had those two TPs this, this morning. Here, let me, sorry guys, I got a new member that's asking me a question real quick. I need to give him something. All right. I need to give him his links to the premium. So on that, so else I need to get him. All right, cool. So I got that set up right there. But yeah, our AU position here hit TP. I'm still debating if I want to call this AN or not. So let's see. Let me just reanalyze this real quick. NZD pairs. So I'm trying to see if all the NZD pairs are weak. So I want all the NZD pairs to be basically angling down, so that it indicates that the NZD is weak. For the most part, they're weak aside from NZD USD. See NZD. So let's see. Yeah, it's a mixed bag, guys, because some of them are correlating, some of them aren't. So it's going to be, if I do call it to me a risky trade, 60 pips. Let's see. Yeah, and I'm actually looking at AUD NZD right now. I saw your message. This is what I'm analyzing currently. I was thinking about calling this, but like I was mentioning, in order for me to take this trade to be 100% comfortable, as you guys know, I like to take trades that I know are almost for sure going to win, like almost guaranteed. So in order for me to take this, I want to make sure that the AUD is strong, because if the AUD is strong, it's likely to continue pushing up, right? So for AUD NZD, what I do is I look at all my AUD pairs right here. I look at AUD CAD, it's not pushing up, so there's no correlation there. AUD CHF, it's pushing up, so there's a correlation there. AUD JPY, there's a correlation there. Sorry guys, I'm just checking US 30 real quick. So we have a signal that's pending for US 30. I'm going to come back to that, but back to my analysis here. I'm basically looking to see if all of these are giving me hints that the AUD is going to continue to be strong. So the AUDs right here are, sort of correlating. Some of them are up, some of them are down. Now I'm going to look at the other ones, the Euro odd. It's going down, so that means that the odd is strong against the Euro as well. For GA, it's also going down right here. And I think that's it for the AUD pair. So the AUD does look strong overall for the most part, aside from AUD CHF. The other one is NZD. Sorry, guys, I keep getting a ton of messages here from people. But let's see. So I'm gonna put my phone away so I don't keep looking at it. People keep sending me a ton of. I don't know why the morning gets like the most messages. Like I'm on live and everyone knows I'm on live, but people still try to DM me on Telegram. So let's see, NZD CHF. Yeah, so I might hold off on this for a little bit yet, and I'm gonna I do want to call it, but I want to make sure that it's a safe trade. Let's analyze a little further. NZD weak, so that's down. It's down. See, it's kind of weird because some of these NZD pairs are not moving with their other counterpart. Let me look at EN real quick. EN is going up slightly. GN is, no, it shows that the NZD is strong. This pair kind of clashes because it's they're both similar moving pairs. So we have a high, low, high, low, high, low, high, low, high. So I do think it's going to come up. So I think I'll call a late entry. I'll just call a buy stop. The reason for that's I'm doing the same thing that I mentioned to you guys earlier. I'm basically creating a storyline for NZD. So we had the bearish move right here, basically from this area all the way down to here, and then from here I see it establishing higher highs because we have a low here. So we have the low, we have the high, the low, the high. So what's probably going to happen here is it's probably going to pull back a little bit. Like I was mentioning, it's going to pull back a little bit, and then it'll probably swing right back up. So I will call it. Oh man, it's like one guy that just keeps messaging me. Are you here in the live? What's his name? Yeah, Tara. Are you here in the live? If you're here in the live, I can answer your question here, but I'm kind of busy right now. Because someone wanted to sign up yesterday, and then they didn't sign up until like 2 days later. But then now they want help from me right away. So guys, if you guys ask me for help and I give you the help and you don't take the help, you guys are gonna have to wait, for me to get back to you, because I'm not like 100% available to answer all your questions through DM. Sorry, this dude's like blowing up my phone. Get back to me. Get back to me. All right, bro. I'm gonna get back to you. Give me 1 second. Jeez. All right, so let me get back to my analysis here. So I'm going to call a late entry right here, guys. I'm going to call a buy stop for AUD NZD. And then I'm going to call it right here in the live real quick. Let me see. So we got this right here. Let me let's buy stop. And it's fine if the trade doesn't swing back up like I think it's going to, but I think it's going to, so I'm not too worried about it. And then we'll just cancel it. But I like it when it's below because you don't have to worry about it as it's below entry. So guys, make sure if you guys enter this trade that you enter it as a buy stop. This isn't a market entry. This isn't any other type of order. It's a buy stop. I designate the order type here because it's meant to be taken for that specific reason. Because sometimes I'll put a buy stop here and people ask, what do you mean buy stop? And I'm like, that's the order type. Because some people try to enter market and then they end up getting stopped out because they enter when they're not supposed to. And you guys just need to follow, the direction. It's really simple. I have the order type there. I have the entry there. It's there for a reason. So just make sure that you guys follow that and you guys should be okay. But let me see this over here real quick. I have a couple more questions in the, there you go, buy stop. So the way I see this happening, guys, is I see it pulling back a bit, and then we have our buy stop there. So as it pulls back a little bit, like maybe to here, maybe even to here, I expect it to shoot right back up. So that's what I see happening right there. That's why I have the buy stop right there to fill that order if that ends up being the case. So let me just respond to these other people real quick. There's a yeah, and I just saw your message right now. So Yadin said, hey Shawn, what do you think about AUD NZD? I was looking at a triple bottom, so I'm thinking a pullback and continuation. I agree. So that's exactly what I don't see the triple bottom, but I do think it's going to pull back and swing back in that direction. But you can see that this zone right here has been tested a lot. All right, maybe this is the triple bottom you're talking about, right? So this right here, and this right here. I do see the rejections from this point too right here, but it's definitely establishing higher highs. Because if you look at it from here, we have like the low, we have the high, the higher low, the higher high. And then it's probably going to come back to somewhere over here for a higher low. And then that's where it's going to trigger our order and fill it and shoot up to the top. So that's what I see happening there. Wow, look at this Euro USD trade over here. Let's make sure all the zones are on properly real quick. And I'm going to basically create that little storyline that I was just telling you guys about right now. So we have this set up here. So yeah, just looking at that storyline, so we got about 2 minutes left. So if this closes, we're gonna take this buy right here. Basically, we have the low, the high, 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 low, high, low, high, low, high. So this might be a little bit of a risky trade because if we look at it from this perspective over here, obviously the high started up here, but then this is where it got kind of weird. So this is a high, the low's right here, obviously. Swings up here, the high, rejects off this point, comes down here, rejects off this point. Actually, we can have that from, trying to identify where this happens. So right here, I would probably consider this a move from this rejection all the way down to here. And then from here, this rejection off this low, it's pretty much just moving, you know, from zone to zone, creating lower lows and lower highs. But from here, it goes from this point to, I guess, this point to this point, and then rejects off this point, goes up to here, rejects off this point. I'm basically trying to identify momentum swings, guys. So you see the momentum swings, and then you have hints from the momentum indicator plus the K2SR zones where price is rejecting from. So we got that right there. Pushes up here, pushes down here, and then from this point, it looks like it's basically breaking this area right here. So this is going to be a little tricky because it didn't necessarily break from this point, because if it broke higher up to here, then I could possibly anticipate that to, you know, continue shooting up. But since it's right here, it's a little tricky because it's like really close to it, but it's not necessarily there yet. But if it does close, I'm going to take it anyways, guys. So we got to count down 20 seconds. 1750. It's gonna be bouncing around. Let me get my phone ready so that I can take this trade if I decide to take it, which I do. Yeah, it doesn't look like it's gonna close with the signal. 3, 2, 1, no signal. It's gonna be on that next one. So that's even better, guys, because like I mentioned right now as I was analyzing it, I sort of wanted it to close a little higher, somewhere above here, so that we could establish this as the low. And then now that it would be creating a different wave, because we already have this wave that came from here to down here to right here to down here. But if it closes above here, then we can anticipate this to be the low at this point. And then this could be the next move from like down here to somewhere up here to back to down here to possibly a shoot right back up, right? So that's how I anticipate US 30 if this ends up closing above this certain price point. And it's still, and guys, this is still using the same strategy that we normally use. It's just for me, since the week has been moving weird, you know, obviously, like I mentioned, whenever there's an issue with the strategy, there's always a solution to it. So for me, I'm trying to figure out this extra confirmation so that we don't get caught in any opposite moves like we have been getting caught on Monday and then yesterday. Because although that was mostly due to news, but still, it would be best to actually understand, you know, what's going on with US 30 in general. So no signal. Looks like we might get a false signal here. If we end up getting a false signal, that'll be fine because then we'll be getting a sell, and I'll just reanalyze it from there. But we have about 8 minutes left on this clock. I'm gonna go back to Odd NZD over here. I'm gonna set my alerts because I haven't set them up yet. And then after I'm done looking at this, I'm going to look at the chat, see what questions we have there. see, AUD, NZD, TP filled. We got TP1 at about 15. So guys, just a reminder, AUD NZD is not filled yet, okay? So don't enter it just yet. It's a designated buy stop, so make sure that you guys are patient. You guys wait for it to actually get to that point before you take the trade. TP2 plus 30, 60. All right, so I got my alert set up. When stuff gets filled, then I will get notified, and then I'll give you guys an update that it's been filled. Let's take a look at the other FX pairs that I was looking at again, just to make sure there's no late entries available for that one as well. So we got AUD NZD here. I'm gonna mark that up because we have an active trade now. AUD NZD, AUD USD is done. There might be another entry here for the 10 o'clock candle. Euro USD, damn it. So we missed this trade right here. This would have been a great trade, guys. I just got too caught up with explaining the US 30 real quick, but yeah, we would have been profit nearly like 30 pips already for Euro USD, but it's okay. We can't win. Oh, dude, I missed like all these trades. So when I was looking at these earlier when we first started, I was gonna call those sell stops, but we missed GCAD right here. I actually took this trade last night, so I don't know if CT's in this room. Are you in here, CT? But we were talking about this, and then he basically said to, because I thought it was a risky trade, so I didn't call it for you guys. I ran it by CT, and then he said to just take it, but don't post it. So I took it, and then it ended up hitting full TP, so that was good. So that's why I woke up to some nice profits for GC, especially since it's worth a lot more than other pairs. So this was a good trade. There was another trade right here that I wanted to call, but I was too busy looking at US 30 that we missed this this entry right here. GCHF, this might be a decent sell stop too. Let me see if there's a lower zone there. I don't see a zone here, but let me go to the 8-hour. Or let me just turn it on. I just realized that it's Thursday already, guys. So usually I redraw these zones on Wednesday midweek, because you can see that we kind of have some new zones here, but unfortunately I forgot to, and now it's kind of all over. Okay, let me see. Yeah, GCAD. Just want to see if there's any zones down here. Maybe we can possibly get a late entry on this as well. Actually, this zone's like way down there. The charts are kind of messy today, guys, because of all the weird movements from this week. So it's kind of hard to really catch something that's like a solid entry. So for GCAD right here, maybe it's a good thing I didn't take it, because it's actually reaching a support on the 8-hour. So it might reject off this point. That reminds me, I should go take a look at, wow, look at this push up for Euro NZD. So if you guys use that same scalping strategy that I was just talking about, you guys can use that on any time frame. So just looking at Euro USD right here, it's the same situation here. We identified this pulse move right here. Price went from here to here, and then from here it came back down to here, and then this is where the uptrend started, or like the momentum swing upward. So it started from down here, and then you could identify the rejection point. So it pretty much goes from low, high, low, high, low, high, low, high, low. And then if we took this buy signal, it would have been a great buy, because it would have taken that move upward. So we use the momentum indicator as a catalyst to know when to enter. And then we could have entered this trade. We actually could have entered right here. And then we could have, this would have been the full move. But if we did enter this right here, this would have been good too. Unfortunately, we missed it, but it's okay, because we will just, move on to the next one. So let me see what else we have here. AUD NZD. Yeah, we'll see if it fills. It was like I mentioned earlier, guys, it's probably gonna come here and reject off it, or it could even come down here and reject off this point. And then if it does, we will be ready to catch that buy stop with our pending order. So make sure you guys put a buy stop, because I know there's a lot of people that want to enter market. They get greedy. They see it's already like in the red and they're like, oh, I'm going to get in at a discount. But don't do that, because we have the buy stop there for a reason. All right, guys, let me get through the messages real quick, because I didn't really look through the chat. I was too busy trying to zoom through everything and find entries for everyone. Wow, see, like, good thing we didn't like hop into that trade earlier, because remember I was mentioning that if that closed, we would have taken it. This is why we wait for the candle close, because look at this huge retracement. Dang, 53 pips or 530 pips. So hopefully this closes, because I actually wouldn't mind taking a sell, because looking at US 30 right now, it actually looks like it's going to continue down. So if we start from this area right here and we just identify what I was telling you guys earlier, we have the high right here. It comes down from this point, rejects off this point. Or actually, we can do like a big pulse move, like from right here up to down here, because there's some noise here. You guys can see comes down, comes up, comes down, and then goes from here up to here, and then from here it comes to here, and then we just see it establishing lower highs and lower lows. So if it does reject off this point, and then we get a sell signal that comes down further, then obviously I would like to take the sell. We could also confirm on the higher time frames as well. So we have that there. I'm just gonna go on the higher time frames and I'll show you guys what I mean by that, because there's a lot of noise on the 10-minute, which makes it a little difficult for us to really find the actual movements. So we go on 30-minute or even the 1 hour. And you guys can see here that it's a lot easier to identify, actually, because the zones now are going to be spread out a little more. So if I just draw these zones on the chart, so rectangle as well. So I draw my zones on the chart real quick. You can see that there's not like a million zones on the chart, right? It's a lot easier for us to identify things because the zones are a little less prevalent. They're not like literally all over the place. Right, so this is even a better picture of looking at it from the storyline that I was just mentioning. So right here, if I zoom out from here, you can see that price pretty much went from way down here up to here as it kept going from zone to zone. And then from that point, it started to head down from here, right? So you can see it was kind of messy from the 10-minute, but looking at it from the 30-minute, it's actually a lot smoother. So we have this high here, comes down, rejects off this point, comes up here, rejects off this point, comes down, or it comes down like way down here, and then it pushes back up a little bit. So if we get a sell signal at some point, and I turn the momentum indicator, which we actually got right here. So in this situation right here, this is why I took that last sell, because why I decided to, because we got the sell signal right here, and this is exactly what I meant. So I was just creating that storyline where if we got the sell signal right here, I was anticipating it to come down further. And then if you decided to take that trade, like it did exactly what I mentioned. It came literally straight down. So that's just a glimpse of what I'm probably going to try teaching you guys next. But like I mentioned, it's a little more subjective compared to the other K2 strategies, which I don't really like to teach because I don't like when people get confused. I want to make sure it's very concrete and you guys understand it a lot easier than other strategies. I know everyone here is not a pro trader. Everyone here is mostly beginner. Sorry, standing. But yeah, so let's see what's going on with 10-minute over here. We'll just see what happens, because the thing is, after doing that analysis, if we get a buy, then I don't know if I necessarily want to take it because of how how I've drawn this already. And that'll prevent us from taking losses, guys, especially with how the market's moving, because the market's evolving every day, guys. You guys have to adjust to the market conditions. You can't just keep, falling for the traps when they keep appearing. So I'm hoping we get a false signal. I hope we get a false buy. But if not, then we'll just, I'll keep analyzing it and then see, weigh the pros and cons and see what the probability is of it going up or of it going down. Because in reality, this can go both ways. This could even be established as a low, and then it can be pushing up from here. If it ends up pushing up down there, and then it just establishes the opposite direction, right? So there's a lot of different scenarios that can play out here. But like I mentioned, I got to figure out a way to teach you guys this, because I can see it easily just by looking at it. I don't even have to draw all this stuff on the chart. I can just take a look at it and see how it's moving. But I know for a lot of you guys, it's not that simple. And I want to make it simple so that you guys can do what I'm doing as well. So we have this right here. Okay, let me pull this up over here. Let me pull up the chat real quick. Let's see. City said last two buys have been buy stops. Is a buy a good idea in a bearish market? City, what do you mean by that? Are you talking about US 30? Sorry, it looks like there's a bunch of messages while I was explaining this stuff. Velocity said he's about to quit trading. What happened, Velocity? Yeah, were you too busy scalping again last night? So I'll see that over here. All right, so we'll see how this plays out. Let me check the other trades. Yeah, guys, market's been like just moving really weird this week. So I'm just trying to be a little more careful with the trades, because a lot of pairs aren't really correlating as they should. Looking at US 30 here, we're still waiting for this this signal to appear. So while we do that, I'm going to go through the questions over here. But yeah, City, I was trying to answer your question about, okay, yeah, so City said a US 32 buys this week hit stop loss. What makes you think it's a bearish market, City? I'm just trying to get your perspective on it, because it, I mean, it just started coming down yesterday, so it's been a bullish market actually. So I'm not sure how you identify that as a bearish market, because it's been bullish since, I mean, it's been bullish for a long time. Like you can see how bullish it was. It was bullish up until yesterday. So that's why we took the buys, because it was a bullish market. But you mentioned that it was a bearish market. So I'm just trying to see what makes you think it's a bearish market. Because if you look at the US 30 for the past, since November 30th, it's been a bullish market. It just became bearish yesterday. And it was only bearish because of the news of COVID. It wasn't necessarily like an overall bearish market, because you can see here it's been bullish since, I mean, I don't even know how long. It's been bullish since the 30th up until the 9th yesterday. And then that's where it started to drop. So I don't necessarily think it's a bearish market. And that's why we took the buys, because price was going up. The only reason it dropped was because of the COVID news. It was all news driven. So I'm just trying to understand what you meant by that, City. I'm not trying to challenge your theory. I just want to know what makes you think that it was bearish, because it just became bearish yesterday. So it's not necessarily a bearish market. This could be temporary. This was due to the news yesterday when the COVID, vaccine news came out, and the UK news came out with like Brexit and COVID and stuff like that. So this right here was due to the news, but it can easily, reject off this point and head all the way back up and break for a new all-time high. So I wouldn't necessarily call this a bearish market, but I do kind of want to see your thought process in how you analyze that as a bearish market. Just so I can, because maybe I'm not seeing something. Maybe you see something that I don't see. And, obviously I'm learning just like you guys. Even though I've been trading for so long, every day is still like a new day to learn something new. So maybe you see something that I haven't seen. that I'm just curious, because even if you go on the higher time frames here on the 30-minute, it's still pretty bullish for the most part. So if you were to analyze this from here, I mean, same situation from November 30th up to where we currently are, it would still show that it was bullish up until just yesterday morning. Yeah, it actually didn't even break the trend until today. So it looks pretty bullish to me. City said, okay, gotcha. I'm looking at the average time we hold trades. Long term, it's bullish to me, but short term, it's bearish. So I'm new. Oh, you're speculating. Okay, no, that's fine, City. You know, it's just like I mentioned. You know, I'm learning just like you guys, even though I have more experience because I've been trading for a long time. It doesn't necessarily mean that I can see literally everything in the chart, guys. So if you guys see something different, I like when you guys mention that, because then I want to understand what you guys are seeing. Because maybe it could teach me something and it could help with our trades. But yeah, overall, I see a bullish market. I just see like that drop yesterday was because of the the COVID news that we were talking about. But I don't necessarily think it's going to continue dropping like that far unless something crazy happens. So say if the COVID vaccine like has all these crazy side effects and people start dying even more because of that, then we're pretty much back to like, you know, to level one. We're not like advancing the vaccine at that point. So if that happens and then we end up shutting down again and everything just closes, then yeah, we can see this drop super far down. But with it advancing and, you know, us working towards going back to how things used to be, I would expect the US 30 to continue up as things get better. But, you know, who knows? It's all speculation as well. Let's see. Flynn said IG sentiment is 36% long, 64% short, US 30. So yeah, Flynn just mentioned that the IG sentiment, so I'll just pull it up for you guys. But thanks for that, City. You know, I like when people pick my brain and like make me actually think. So it made me wonder like what you were looking at, made me want to think how, you know, what could I have analyzed different to see what you're seeing. But looking at IG over here, so yeah, Flynn just mentioned that on the IG sentiment, there's 60% of people short, 63% of people short. So I actually would like to go long if that's the case, because I don't want to be trading where everyone else is trading. Obviously, there's a lot of people short, and then what's going to happen, in my perspective, is people are probably going to try to buy the dip, right? So people are probably going to see how far it dips down, and then at some point, people are just going to put in some massive buys and spike price up. Or not people, but the institutions and the banks, because obviously they're going to trade where the majority of people aren't trading, or they might mess with them. They might, push price. They might push price down, and then as soon as there's enough sellers, someone will enter a short position, and then they'll just spike price way up to stop them out. So that's kind of what we're waiting for. We're waiting for people to get lured in, and then we're going to take the opposite move when we get a signal in the opposite direction. So that's kind of how we are looking. Yeah, George said, I heard some people from Canada are experiencing allergic reaction from the vaccine. I heard that too. So, you know, that might very well be a factor in the market as well. If the vaccine doesn't advance and then we have to wait another year, because I still don't see COVID going away for another year, guys. We're not just going to get the vaccine and things are going to go back to normal. It's going to be a slow process, maybe 1 or 2 years from now, until we're, fully vaccinated and all the side effects are pretty much figured out. HL said bear market just for a few days, but very soon we're going to see a new all-time high for down SPX. Yeah, I agree, HL. That's what I was looking at as well. So I don't really care which direction we're trading in. I just kind of want to make sure that I have an understanding as to the storyline that I'm trying to depict in my mind for how this is moving. So I'm just going to go back to Forex real quick, guys. Our AN position right here is rejecting off this zone. So it might shoot right back up, and if it does, it'll fill our order, and then we should be, good to go. So other than that, let's see. Yeah, other than that, Maybe a good thing we didn't take EU, because EU spiked up and then it just dropped right back down. Wow, GCAD would have been a nice trade though. It's in profit. How much right now? Wow, it's in profit like 40 pips. We missed out on 40 pips on GCAD. Sorry about that, guys. That was my bad because I was too preoccupied with US 30. But it's okay. We will catch the next entry. So let me go ahead and look over here as well. Flynn said daily FX reported that Dow Jones has a bearish rising wedge pattern. I could see that. Yeah, I forgot who sent that to me. I think someone sent me an image of that rising wedge pattern yesterday, or that they were trying to draw it, and it did look like that could actually play out. RX said it's scary to take a buy close to the all-time high that was previously reached. Furthermore, how is US 30 at an all-time high during COVID confusing? Yeah, that's what I'm saying, RX. I don't understand how that could be possible. Like when it broke the zone over here, it was like really shocking to me because we took that speculative sell because I was anticipating it to reject off this point and come on down. However, it ended up breaking it and then it came crashing. So I don't know. The market's weird. The thing is, we can't really, at this point, it's hard to really predict the market. That's why I take the trades as they go and I only trade intraday, because price could be going up like this super heavily and then all of a sudden it just tanks. So that's why me personally, I don't really like to swing trade. I'm more of an intraday and scalp trader for the most part. But yeah, let me see. Damn it. Okay, so I was kind of hoping that we had that false buy earlier, because you can see how it's dropping now. But like I mentioned, we got to be patient. It's only 7:30, guys. It feels like we've been on this live for a while, but we've only been on for about an hour. So we're gonna be patient, wait for that signal, and then we can possibly take the next entry. Yeah, David said US 30 isn't a good indication of the economy per se. I agree. It's not necessarily, it doesn't reflect the economy at all, guys. So you should probably follow the US dollar to like the US dollar index to have a better depiction. If you're looking at how the economy is, US 30 is a manipulated asset. Obviously, it's like, stocks that just keep going up for whatever reason. Like, it just depends on how hyped a stock gets and then how many people hop on that wave or how many people are trying to buy the dip. So if I go to CNBC, let's see, CNBC, see if there's any news here. So like, yeah, the jobless claims, see jobless claims rise more than expected after break from holiday. Yeah, see, this is going to affect the market as well. So this is probably what's causing the drop today as well, because I think David told me the jobless claims are bad. So we did have the unemployment claims right here. Oh shit, it's actually really high. So it was at 700, it was 716,000. Now it's at 853,000. So that's a lot of unemployed people right now. So that's why you can see, US 30 dropping. Although it's not, directly correlated with the US economy, it definitely affects it, because if people aren't working, people can't invest in these companies, people can't, buy these companies' products, stuff like that. It's just it's a big ecosystem of money that just ties back to US 30 and the US dollar as well. So that's why we could see Euro USD pushing up. The problem with this right here is that it pushed up because of that news. It spiked up. So maybe it's a good thing we didn't take that trade. It might even pull back down. We can maybe get a late entry. But I didn't realize that the jobless claims were that high. And like I mentioned, guys, there's a lot of things you guys can look at to identify how the US dollar is moving or how the US 30 would be moving as well. So right here, Dow slips as unemployment data disappoints. So yeah, it directly affected the Dow 30 today. So that's why a sell would probably be best if we could get that sell. But if we don't, I mean, we'll see how that goes, because I'll still analyze it if we get a buy. But I'm more on the side of taking a sell. So if we get a buy, then I might not even take it, guys. Like, you guys can take it. I'll give you guys an unofficial entry, but I'm probably not going to take it myself, because all of the news that has been released lately has been indicating a drop. And right here, so we have Treasury Secretary Mnuchin is going to be testifying right now as well. He's actually testifying right now, so that's probably going to affect the market as well. So I would be careful with the Dow right now. Actually, I didn't even know he was talking today. I didn't have that on the news. Usually they have it on here somewhere, but he is talking, so this will definitely affect the market. Well, I'm not going to watch it with you guys, obviously, but we'll get the updates as it goes. But let me keep looking. So let me go back to the top of the chat, guys. Sorry, I keep strolling down even farther. Mark said, I'm scared to take buys on US 30. I am too. Morning, Victor. HL said, NQ will crash, so DJ and SPX as well. So yeah, we'll see that drop a little bit. HL said, but they will still try to fool traders to go long. No, I agree. I could see that happening too from the the analysis that we just looked at. So I do think it's going to keep coming down quite a bit. What else do we have here? Morning, Tony. Oh yeah, thanks for reminding us, David. So if everyone here hasn't already liked the stream, can you guys please like it just to help the algorithm for the K2 YouTube page? Because the page is still new, but if you guys have noticed, I started going live every single day. So I'm giving out a lot of value here. And if you guys get value out of this, obviously I would want other people to find this as well. Because there's a bunch of traders out there that need help trading and they're not able to find that. Or if they're looking to find it, they got to pay like some crazy mentorship fee for someone to help them. But I'm here to help you guys for free. Obviously, if you guys want to learn the K2 strategies, you guys need the K2 indicators. But if you guys have any trading related questions, I'm here to answer your questions. So if you guys haven't already, just if you haven't subscribed and liked to the page, that would definitely help out K2, and it would help us reach more people that need help with trading. Because obviously I do this for free. I'm not here charging you guys to join my live because I trade every day anyway. So I'm here to pretty much give my knowledge and pass down what I've learned so far. Let's see what else we got here. Braden said, when you get a chance, can you explain how you determine a false signal? David said a green candle with a sell signal is and vice versa. Yeah, so Braden, basically a false signal would be if you get so right here, you can see we got a sell signal, right? But it's a green bullish candle inside. So you can see that this would be a false signal because even though it dropped a little bit, it ended up reversing right back. So this would be considered a false signal. And then in the opposite, if we had a buy signal and then it's a red candle inside, that would be a false signal as well. So if the candles don't match, so in order for it to be valid, it's got to be green and green or red and red. If it's green and red, then it's false. If it's red and green, it's false as well. And the reason for these false signals is that price is generally manipulated at that point. So you can see here at midnight, I don't know, I'm not sure if you guys are familiar with the options market, but I know a lot of you guys here, or like a good amount of you guys have traded options before, like binary options and stuff like that. And you guys might not realize, but all the markets are kind of intertwined. So in some situations here, you can see that this weird spike happened at midnight because that was probably a time for an option contract to expire. So if you guys are familiar with how option contracts work, or how to trade options, sometimes the strike price will be somewhere like right here. And then what happens is as time gets close by, you can see it was green because this was probably a buy signal. It was probably a bullish candle here. So what happened was price was probably up here. And then as soon as it got to midnight, the expiration date of that contract, whoever was pushing price spiked it right back down. So whoever had an option contract right here, they would have lost the trade because if they held to expiration and then it ended up spiking the opposite direction right before, that's why you see these weird spikes in price. Because generally this would probably be a buy signal, but then a bullish candle with the buy signal, it ended up spiking down at the very last second, which happens like every so often. Kind of similar to right here as well. So like right here, there might have been a option contract expiring right here at 23. Because sometimes if you guys trade binary, you guys will see that the option contracts expire like every hour or expire like every 2 hours, 4 hours, etc. But in that situation, same thing right here. So there might have been some sort of option strike price right here for a sell, like literally right below it. Because I'm sure if you guys are familiar with what I'm talking about, this might have happened to you a lot of times where you guys thought price was going to be below here. So price comes below, and then at the last like 10 seconds, price just ends up spiking right above your strike price, and then you lose the trade. And that's how things are kind of tied in, because you can see they usually happen at certain times when you have these false signals, because it's usually so right here, this was on the 30-minute mark. It usually happens at the top of the hour, like right here again at 7 o'clock, top of the hour, right, or bottom of the hour, and then again in the middle around 9:30. So if you guys are familiar with the options market, you know how they fuck with you, and that's pretty much how it always plays out. So that's like a quick explanation, because a lot of things are tied into this. Like again, right here, you can see that it happened at the top of the 15. So that might give you like some brief explanation to like why that happens sometimes, but all the markets are kind of tied in. Like US 30 isn't just US 30. It's tied into the option market. It's tied into the futures market. It's tied into so many other markets where price will move for certain reasons. Let's see what else we got here. Let me keep going around and see if there's any other questions. Let's see. Miriam's asking, what's the entry price in TP? So Miriam, you can check in the premium if you're in there, and it's posted right there. But it's pending right now. We haven't filled that order yet. Let me check on it real quick. Yeah, so it's still pushing down a bit. If it pushes down too far, we'll just cancel it. But I'll keep checking on it to make sure, just in case. Let's see what else we got here. Sorry, let me send this in the chat real quick. Someone's asking for the exit strategy. So if you guys aren't familiar with the exit strategy, you just go on the YouTube page. So this is what the YouTube page looks like, and then it has the exit strategy right there if you're not in the premium, or you could even get it for free. Just sign up for the free intro course. But I'm just going to copy this and send it in the chat because someone else is asking for it. All right, so I think we're all good for that. If you guys asked me questions, on Telegram and I haven't gotten back to you yet, I'll get back to you eventually. Like I mentioned, I'm on the live right now, so I can't really go over there to check, but I'll get to your questions when I get to it. Let's see. Let me keep going down the questions over here. Yan said, one last question. What's your thoughts on your CAD? So let me go to your CAD real quick. Your CAD. So looking at Euro CAD right here, let me make sure the zones are on properly. So there's no zone right here anymore. Take that off. Euro CAD looks like it is going to continue dropping at this point. Well, I'm getting all these updates from Forex.com. Looks like there's a lot of spikes in price. Well, I mean, obviously you can see from right here. So the market is moving a little crazy right now, guys. I guess there's a bunch of spikes in price all around, because whenever price starts to gap, that's when Forex.com like messages me like, hey bro, like check out this specific pair. There's some like crazy movement going on. But yeah, looking at Euro CAD right here, it looks like if this closes below this zone right here, then it's probably going to continue down further. But this candle has about 2 hours and 23 minutes left on it, so it's got a long time until we decide to possibly enter this. Yadin. But it does look bearish so far, definitely. So you can see right here, if you think about that same theory that I was just talking about earlier with the rejections. So basically the way that I see this is price came from here to here to here. And obviously there's little moves. Like you can analyze it smaller, like you can say that it went from from here to here, and it just rejects from zone to zone, right? So from this is the low, rejection from here, rejection from here, rejection from here, and it just climbs it like a staircase, basic price action. Same situation over here, price goes from here. I'm just gonna skip these like random movements because I'm trying to get to this point so I can analyze from how it moved at that area over there. So price went up from here, consolidated, shot up from there. And then now from here, it's establishing lower lows and lower highs, right? So that's why I would anticipate this to close. If it closes below here, odds are it's either going to drop straight down to here, or it might retrace a little bit before dropping down to there. So that's basically what I see happening right here for Euro CAD. But like I mentioned, I would want to wait for that full confirmation before I enter a trade like this, because this could easily pull back. I mean, it doesn't necessarily mean it's going to 100% drop from here. It could easily pull back from that specific point, and oh shit, my bad. Pull back from that point and possibly retrace to here before dropping down. So I mean, there's a lot of scenarios here, guys, that can play out, but it is obviously overall bearish from here because it established a high right here. There's no zone on this time frame, but there's probably going to be a zone there if we look on the higher time frame. But there's obviously a high here, and this is where this this wave downwards had begun. So from right here, like I mentioned, it's probably going to push down to there. And then once it gets to this point, it's either going to reject from here, or it'll probably break below here and continue down further. But we'll see. I mean, there's a lot of factors that will factor in. There was Canadian news this morning too, so I'm not sure if that affected it. Let me go check the news real quick. So we did have Canadian news. Oh no, we didn't. Oh, we did actually yesterday. So it was nothing serious, but I think the US news definitely had an impact on it as well, causing it to drop like that. And there's also Euro news as well right here. The Euro Economic Summit, that was going on. So obviously it was probably not good because it took a tumble. So after the news this during London session, it just took a tumble straight down. So maybe not good news for the European economy, but we will wait for that signal to close before we decide to take any sort of trade here. But okay, so let me get through the chat real quick again, see if there's anything else. Tony said, I feel news is going to affect the markets in the upcoming days. Official announcements of the president is on the 14th. What do you think? Oh, is his inauguration on the 14th? Let me check. Activities online said, hey, Shawn, I hope you can see the message. Yeah, activities, I can see you in the chat. I don't see anything else from you, though. But yeah, I can see your message, activities online. And we see the presidential inauguration 2020. Oh, wait, let me see. Let me check this real quick. Might be 2021, actually. Oh, it's on the 20th. Let me see what was mentioned over here. Tony said, yeah, Tony, maybe you're mentioning something else, not the inauguration. But yeah, so you mentioned that the official announcement of the president is on the 14th. Oh, I guess because Trump dropped all his lawsuits or something, right? So if that's the case, yeah, it's definitely going to affect the market. I don't think it's going to affect it like crazy, but it's definitely going to maybe push price in a certain direction because they can start working towards stimulus if Biden finally gets to take his place as president, because he's been trying to push for the stimulus, but with the whole Trump situation, it's pretty much just hitting roadblock after roadblock. So yeah, Tony, it might affect the market, but I'm not exactly 100% sure, because I thought you were talking about the inauguration, but I think that's next year. So we might be talking about two different things. So yeah, if they're announcing Biden as the official, president-elect on the 14th, that'll probably affect the market one way or another. All right, let me see what else we got over here. Braden said, "LOL, power just went out randomly, but we back." Nice. Let me keep going over here. Let's see what else we got. Oh yeah, Braden said, "Man, that last sell signal paid." Yeah, no, definitely, bro. Like, I wish I would have taken that because it would have been a great push. Like, how much it dropped from there? Geez, 1,500 pips, exactly. But it came at like 410, so I was asleep at that time. Whoever was in London might have taken it. I personally didn't take it, but I would have if I saw it, because like I mentioned, I was just establishing where price rejects from. Because basically, if you see where price rejects from, and then you see a momentum swing from that specific rejection in the direction of overall price, then it'd be a good indicator as to when it would move. Like for right here, you can see, here's a clear example. So price was heading down this way. It was like a huge rejection here, and then it started establishing a higher high right here. So it's a low, higher high, and then comes back down for a lower low. I mean, a higher low. And then it was followed by a buy signal, which was right here, right? So if you were to take this buy signal, even though it was inside a zone, it still pushed up like way up here. So that's kind of what we would have taken if we saw this, that sell signal there, because price was already establishing a high here, and it was just establishing lower lows and lower highs. And then once it got down to this point, you could have taken a sell, or even this one over here could have taken a sell as well. But we'll see how this goes, and maybe we'll take this entry. Hopefully it's not I don't know, it's kind of a mixed bag, because I kind of do want to sell, but then I also, if I got a buy, I might have taken it, because we did have this nice wick right here. So if we have this nice wick, this might be established as the low. So from here up to there, up to higher lows. And then if this closes above here, or somewhere up here, at least above this price point right here, then it might be a nice buy. But I mean, who knows? We'll have to wait and see. It's been a crazy week, rocky week overall with how the price has been moving. So we will see how this, possibly plays out from this point. So let's wait and see how this plays. But anyways, let me keep looking back at this over here. Go back to our odd NZD. I just want to make sure that I'm familiar when it's swinging up, because it's playing out just like we mentioned earlier. I was telling you guys that it's probably going to reject off this zone and then shoot right back up, or same situation down here, reject off this zone and push up from there. So this is the only pending trade we have active right now. Our odd USD already closed out in profit for both of the entries, so we have no entries on those. And this is literally the only one that we're looking at for Forex at this moment currently. Other than that, we're looking at US 30. So we'll see how this, possibly plays out. Yeah, David said, remember, it's that top 30 stocks. It's an all-time high from pure manipulation. Yeah, pretty much all the top stocks that are, going to keep pushing up, it can easily get manipulated back and forth, because, people make their money with the high stocks and then they sell it off and then they buy it back for a discount. And it's literally just going back and forth. Yeah, Braden said, yeah, the top companies know how to manipulate a pandemic for profit, of course. Yeah, 100%. And David said, now news will affect it, obviously. I agree. Flynn said, the problem is that price is so high that everyone wants to sell, but there's no fundamentals to really support US 30 being so high. That's why price looks so ugly lately. Yeah, I agree, Flynn. And that's why it's a bit of a risky pair to trade if you're just trading price action, because what happens when people trade price action, like without K2, if you didn't have any of this stuff and you just deleted everything, people are literally just trying to they're trying to pinpoint the highs, like the very high, so they could buy, so they could sell, or they're trying to pinpoint the low so they can buy at a discount. So it's pretty much like a bunch of speculation going on. But you can see, obviously, if we have the indicators on here, like the K2SR zones, it's a lot easier to see, because looking at it from a naked chart right here, it just looks like you can pretty much eyeball, you know, where it's moving. But if you have the zones, it gives you a way better picture because you can see, oh, it wasn't just going down. Because if you took this off, it looks like price is just going down, right? It looks like a downtrend. But with the zones, you can see that it was actually consolidating within the zone here before breaking up, consolidation, break up, consolidation, break down, consolidation, break up, consolidation, break down. And then now it's obviously like in a downtrend until it goes back into consolidation, and then it breaks up or breaks down. But that's why I always emphasize drawing these zones, guys, because these zones make a huge difference in your trading if you're able to identify, you know, these impulsive moves. So what else we got here? Deswell said companies in US 30 are making lots of money this week. Oh no, definitely 100%. HL said 9 of the last 10 years market, 9 of the last 10 years market is bull market during December. And I believe you know the reason for that. Oh, exactly. Definitely. Same thing every year. You know, it always repeats itself. It's that bullish move, and then people start to sell off as we get, you know, towards the end of the month. And then it's crazy movements like towards the end of the year usually. Morning, Black to Jerry. Let's see. David said Facebook under fire right now. Yeah, I did see that lawsuit that was going on at Facebook. Have you noticed that Facebook they restrict like a lot of stuff now. Like I posted my the K² link for the YouTube, and they asked me, "Are you sure you want to post this? This might be against the policy or something." And I was like, "What's against the policy? We're just trading." But I did see that news, David. There was some kind of news about their something happened. Was it the antitrust? Might have been that. It calls FTC antitrust law a do-over. Yeah, I mean, we'll see, because they bought WhatsApp, I think, right? So that was like a Chinese company, I think, and then it just caused a bunch of mess between between the U.S. government and Facebook in general. So let's see, US 30. We're still waiting for that signal, guys. If you guys just got into the room, we're still waiting for our US 30 signal so that we can take the entry. If we get a buy, I don't know if I would take the buy, guys. Personally, I don't think I would take it. I might give you guys an unofficial call, just tell you guys, you know, what to enter or what the entry would be. But I personally probably wouldn't take it just because it's so risky, and I don't want to take trades that I'm not 100% about. You know, I didn't even place my trade for odd NZD. So let me just put a buy stop here real quick. Buy stop, 60 pips. Take a heavy lot size, guys. This is my risk account, so I'm taking 10% risk on this because I'm just messing with it. It's not really money that I care about. It's kind of money that if it grows and blows up, then it grows and blows up by taking big risk on it. Because I do have multiple accounts. So if you guys aren't familiar, you know, I have like 2 FTMO accounts. I have a personal US 30 account. I have a couple personal Forex accounts. But I do have some YOLO accounts like this one. And then I have my my actual growth one where I take all the signals on my phone when that occurs. And this is so tricky. So let's see how this plays out, guys. Because, you know, actually, I might take the buy if it closes. As much as I don't want to take it, it just looks like such a juicy buy, especially after this nice wick down here. Like, check out this wick, guys. Price dropped right here on market open, and then it wicked how many pips? Like almost 1,000 pips, like 700, 800 pips. And then if it's followed by a buy signal, that might be a bullish momentum upwards, right? So we'll see. We have about 8 minutes left on that candle. If it does close, I think I'll just take it with you guys. You know, it's about time we take something together that ends up hitting for US 30, because it's been a rocky week for US 30. Forex has been fine. We've actually been hitting a lot of CPs for Forex. The US 30 has just been rocky this week because of a lot of the COVID news and stuff going on behind the scenes. Hey, morning, Hope. Deswell said, I appreciate K2. There's no other channel like this. Can't put a price on all the free knowledge. Yeah, definitely, guys. So like I mentioned, if you guys are new here, you know, I do this every pretty much Monday through Thursday, sometimes on Fridays and sometimes on Sundays for the weekly analysis. But I'm here to help you guys out. You know, I've been trading for 10 years, so I have a lot of experience trading, and I've traded pretty much every strategy. The thing with me is I never had a mentor. I never had a course. I never paid for any course or anything like that. So I literally learned everything. And then I learned everything from like trial and error. Like I learned a strategy. I figured out what was bad in that strategy. I took that stuff out. I kept the good stuff, and I just kept moving from stuff and stuff. And I got more and more knowledge. And then what happened was, over the years, I think about 2 or 3 years ago, maybe 7 years into trading, I created the K2 strategies, and I created these K2 indicators as well. So I pretty much pulled all the good things that I found from all these other strategies and from other theories that I've learned. And I pretty much put them into some, you know, strategy that I use every single day. Because if you guys are familiar with the K2 strategies, I only apply one strategy for Forex, like literally just one strategy every single day, all year round. And that's what produces the results that we have here for the Forex trades. So if you look at the results here for the year for Forex, you know, we have 439 wins and 144 losses for a net profit of 18,000 pips. This is all using one strategy. And that strategy is used by a lot of the K2 members as well. And if you're on the course, you can see it's down here. So we have about one strategy: the intraday strategy, the momentum pullback strategy, the scalping strategies, the K2SR strategy. And this is the one I use for all of the Forex signals. So yeah, if you guys are brand new here, I use the same strategy for Forex, and I use the same strategy for US 30 as well. For US 30, I use the daily US 30 strategy right here. So for this one, it's just one trade a day using US 30 during the New York session. And basically what we're doing is we're catching momentum and riding that wave until the momentum ends. So that's just, you know, a quick rundown for the people that are new here. I know there's a lot of new people that just keep joining K2. But yeah, like Deswell said, you know, I'm here to give free information, guys, because I've pretty much done the good, bad, and the ugly. I've learned so much about trading, where I could kind of pick, I can basically help anyone with like their strategies. If you guys have a strategy and there's problems with it, there's always a solution to it. So if you're running into an issue, it's probably something that I've ran into over the years. So if you run that question by me, I can probably help you, you know, improve your strategy or find ways to avoid running into losses. Because the real key with trading, guys, long-term, if you want to be a long-term consistently profitable trader, it's all about consistency. And as long as you keep your win rate above, you know, a 50, 60% win rate, then you should be perfectly fine. Because if you take every trade the same way each and every time, you'll end up in profit at the end of the week, the end of the month, and at the end of the year. So looking at the results here, you know, my win rate isn't super high for Forex. I show this to you guys almost like every time we go live, but there's new people here every day. So I just need to show you guys a breakdown as to what I mean about consistency. So right here, we have 439 wins plus 144 losses. It's a total of 583 trades, right? So if I divide 439 divided by the total number of trades, 583, I have about a 75 to 76% win rate. So as long as you take every single trade, or, you know, majority of them, even if you take a bunch of losses, you're still going to end up in profit at the end of the year with a 75% win rate. You know, I'm going to have probably a 25% growth, maybe 30 at the end of the year. But profit is profit, because you could keep compounding that even if you have a small account. You know, say if I'm trading like a $10,000 account, and then I make a gain of what did I say, like 30% times 30%. So 3,000 plus 10,000. So at the end of the year, if you're trading something small, like a small account, and you're trading consistently, like with risk management proper, you would have gained that much amount. And then if you just keep doing that every year, you multiply by 30 again, 30%, it's like another 3,900. Add that to 14,000. And it just keeps adding, guys. Your account will just keep compounding, and then every year you just keep growing it. You know, another 5,000 there, and then it just literally just keeps adding up and adding up. And obviously, if you take higher risk and then you lock in more profits, then you can make a whole lot more profit. So just think of trading as a long-term game, guys. A lot of people want to make it a get-rich-quick scheme, which it can be, but it can also be a get-broke-quick scheme too if you don't do it properly. So let me see what else we got over here. Let's see what else is going on over here. Let me see if there's any other questions. After the signal, Braden said, after the signal candle, what are you looking for on the following candle? Sorry, Braden, I kind of got lost with your question there. Let me see if I could, to make the signal candle valid. Sorry, Braden, I'm like totally lost with your question, bro. Your question is, after the signal candle, what are you looking for on the following candle to make the signal candle valid? So in order for a signal candle to be valid, Braden, it has to be a red bearish candle with a red sell signal. So if you get a sell signal, it's basically just got to be a red candle for it to be valid. Vice versa, if we get a buy signal, it has to be a green bullish candle for it to be a valid buy signal. That's what makes it valid. If it's invalid, it's something like this, where you get a sell signal, but it's an opposite buy candle inside. So it's pretty simple. It's just, if the colors match, red and red, it's valid. Red, green and green, it's valid. If it's red and green, it's invalid. So that's a quick, I think that's what you're asking, right? Cool, let me see. Oh yeah, okay, so Black Jerry and Matt, they cleared it up. They said it's the date the electoral office actually votes. Okay, gotcha, not the inauguration. Yeah, thanks guys. So yeah, that cleared it up. So yeah, definitely the electoral votes are going to make it official, I guess, on the 14th, which is next week. What is that, Monday, I think, where Biden gets officially named as, the president-elect. So when that happens, that would be, it would definitely have some effect to the market, but we'll see how that plays out. Maybe we'll just sit out on Monday. Is that even on the calendar? Let me see. On the 14th, which would be Monday, yeah. It's not on the calendar, but thanks for letting me know, guys, because I'm going to keep that in mind when we're trading next week, because I didn't even know that. Raiden said, I'm learning that finding or seeing higher highs, lower lows in the market are key. Yeah, no, definitely, Braden. It definitely gives you an edge in the market if you're looking at it from that perspective, like exactly how I was analyzing it before. So if you guys don't want to draw like all the zones and stuff, you can also just do basic, draw higher highs and lower lows. So even from like doing it over here, if I go to like I'll go to a random price, right? So I'm gonna go to an area where I have no idea where price is moving. So I'll go like somewhere like over here, it's random as hell. And then I'll turn on the K2SRs, right? I turn on the K2SRs, and then I just draw these higher highs and lower lows, basically. I draw the zones. So basically, let's draw these zones. And after drawing the K2SR zones, it'll be easier for people to identify where these higher highs and lower lows are being established. So that's right there. All right, cool. So like this is an example right here of what I just mentioned with Braden. So basically, if you're identifying these higher highs and lower lows, you can see that we have like price comes down, then comes up. So we have a high, low, high, low, high, low. But these K2SR zones give you a better picture as to how it's, you know, playing out, because you can see here that price starts from here. We have this high, pushes down, rejection from this point, low, pushes up to here, high, low. These nice rejections right off the K2SRs. I mean, off the K2SR zones, and then a low right here, another high right here, and then a sell signal. So just by looking at that, you've identified that it's establishing lower lows and lower highs. So if we were to see that, we would take a short position right here, and then pretty much ride that down to a full TP right there. So that's that. And then if you wanted to establish this right here as well, you could have done the same thing. You could have seen that there was a low here, and then, well, this would still be considered a lower low, right? Let me see. From this point, because we had a high, low, high, low, high, low, high, low. So I might have not taken this this buy right here, but if you did want to take it, you could see if it plays out. But I personally wouldn't take it because it's a little, well, that would have hit TP too, actually. So it doesn't necessarily dictate the move. That's why I don't base it directly off that, but it does give you a better understanding as to when to take a trade. So I probably wouldn't have taken this one right here, but I would have taken this one right here. The reason why I would have skipped these over here, because this is invalid, or no, this is valid, but it's already established a higher high right here. So I would have ignored this one. I would have ignored this one because it's an invalid signal. Ignore this one because it's an invalid sell. Right here, we have another buy. So basically right here, established a low. So low, high, low, and then it's pushing up this way. So in this situation, I would have taken this trade right here. Then took that full TP. So it does definitely give an extra confirmation that's helpful. It's not necessary, but it does give that confirmation to give you guys, you know, a better understanding as to where the price is going to keep pushing, because it's better to have some sort of confirmation, some sort of idea where it's going, rather than just taking trades blindly. Because a lot of people, I think that's the problem with most people. They don't know when to enter a trade, right? A lot of people have issues identifying when is it a good time to enter a trade and when is it not. If this closes right here, I might take this actually, because it looks like it established a low here, high, low, and then high. So like pretty much right here, this is the low, high right there. It comes down, rejection off this point. If we get that buy signal, then I would anticipate it to push up a little bit. So if we were to get that buy signal, it could push up. Let's be around TP1 right here, 750 pips, TP2 a little higher up here, which looks totally attainable, because if we map that from here, if we map that from here, it looks like that could definitely reach, because it's already establishing, you know, the lower lows have already been broken. There's no more lower lows. It's actually pushing up now. So if we were to get that buy there, it'd be well enough to reach up to here before it gets close to the all-time highs up here. So I think it'd be good. I personally would maybe take it. So we'll see how it closes out. We have about 4 minutes left on this candle. I'm gonna get my phone ready if you guys want to enter this trade with me. Let me got about 4 minutes left. So I'll look at the chat right now for some questions. If you guys have any questions, feel free to put them in the chat, and then I can answer any questions you guys have, or if you guys have any strategies you guys need help with, you know, I can probably look over your strategy and see if there's something that we can make, like some changes we can make in order to improve your strategy of some sort. Audience CD still bouncing off this this zone right here. Good thing we didn't take that Euro USD, guys. So like, check this out. It shot up and it literally spiked right back down. So that move was actually based on the news earlier. Damn, look at GCAD right here. I wish we would have taken this. Hey CT, are you in this this live? I just saw your message. CT said, "Geez, GC." It's exactly what we were talking about yesterday. Because I took this trade, but I didn't call it because it looked risky. But then CT was like, "Just take the trade, but don't call it." And that's exactly what we ended up doing. So I'm waiting for this to swing up, waiting for this to close. Yeah, exactly, HL. So it does look better now, HL, right? Because earlier we were looking at it from down here and we were like, all right, it's like, it's still, you know, establishing lower lows, but now it's pushed up this high. So now it's establishing higher highs and higher lows. So this would actually be a good entry for a buy here if we ended up seeing this. Yeah, Arik, if it ends up closing, we will make it an official call, but we will have to wait for that to actually close from there. So let me just get this ready here, just in case we call it. We got 2 minutes left. I mean, a lot of stuff can happen in 2 minutes. So I'm just gonna prepare this right here. If we end up getting that. All right. So I do have the signal ready here just in case. CT said GC. Yeah. Yeah, man, GC. Well, I'm glad I made some money off that last night. It kind of eased the blow from the EU loss yesterday. That was super super surprising because that spike happened due to the COVID news. I thought I was going to recover just like the AU, because if you guys look at AU yesterday, it was it pulled back a bit, this huge candle right here, and then it shot right back up. It was exactly what I was anticipating. The same with EU right here. See, it pulled down right here. It literally just triggered a stop loss, and then it shot right back up. Market's just not moving so well. But the thing is, you know, we understand that the market can be unpredictable at times, and it's not always going to be moving smoothly. So when we run into losses like that, it's best to just eat the loss than to you know, get greedy and try to pull something out of it. You see, my MetaTrader is not loading for whatever reason. Come on, MetaTrader, I need to take this trade. There we go. So we got a minute left on the candle, guys. I don't know if it's going to close. If it does close, then we'll take it. If not, then we will wait for the next one. All right, let's see where this is going. I'm just analyzing this in my head right now, guys. So I just see it's coming down. I'm just trying to put together a storyline. That's where I see it going. But I do see it establishing, you know, higher highs, higher lows. So I do anticipate it to shoot on up if it does close above this zone right here. Hopefully it closes. We got 20 seconds left. Doesn't look like it's going to close, unfortunately. But if it does, then we'll be taking this. Let's see, Flynn said, looks like you can make an M. Are the pivots below or above price on US 30? I think it would be, oh man, we got a false signal. Okay, so no signal there. Damn it, okay. So this is going to be a risky trade. So it's right in the middle, Flynn, actually. It's right in the middle of the pivots. So this could actually, you know, it could actually drop. I don't know if you noticed these pivot entries over here, Flynn. You might have, because I know you like to trade that. But the pivot entries right here look pretty nice. Like this right here, if your stop loss was high enough, you could have made profit off this trade right here as well. So if your stop loss was 150 like we normally do, it would have hit full TP right there, right? Full TP. And then if you took this one right here as well for a pivot entry, that'd be another full TP right there as well. So if we get a sell signal, I actually would be more inclined to take a sell actually, because if we get a sell, it's gonna qualify as a pivot entry right here, and then we pretty much write this down as well. Yeah, Peter said, I think US 30 is risky today. I agree. I think it's risky too. So we're going to be careful with it. We're not just going to like hop into the trade like it's nothing, you know? But yeah, you know, this is really nice. If you guys have the K2 pivots indicator as well, you guys can see that it, when it lines up perfectly with the zone, the rejection is like even stronger, because you can see right here as price comes down. So right here, obviously it's in a downtrend, price comes up, rejects off the zone with the sell signal, it comes right down, comes right back up, rejects off here with the sell signal, comes right back down. So it pretty much just keeps repeating itself. So I actually would rather take a sell here, because you can see price comes down, comes up. If it rejects off this point, it rejects off the K2 SR zone plus the K2 pivots. And then if it closes below here, we would have a nice sell to write down right here, right? So I think I would much prefer take a sell here instead of a buy. But we'll see how that plays out. We will see. Let's see, Flynn said since 6:30 PST, price is not broken the high or even the midpoint of the Asian range. I agree. Yeah, no, I was noticing that too. Who told me that? David told me that. David, are you still here? David was telling me that last night. He was like, yeah, bro, put your stop loss at the top of the Asia range. And I did. I put it right here. I literally put it right below it. I was so pissed this morning, guys, because my stop loss was literally right there at 75. I should have put 150, but I put 75, and unfortunately it stopped me out, and then it came straight down to full TP. I was so upset this morning. I woke up and I was so mad. Yeah, HL said Dow still has no power to go up. I agree. Just by pulling up this right here, I think I'd rather take a sell now. So thanks for telling me about the pivots, Flynn. Sometimes I forget to pull up the pivots, but the pivots are actually a really strong tool for you guys that are familiar with the pivots. You can see that whenever price rejects off the pivot and it rejects off the K2SR and we get a buy signal, it ends up shooting up pretty nicely. So it gives you a David over here. Whoa. Don't lie on my name. Never said to put your stop loss there. David really wanted me to stay up yesterday for the London session. I probably should have stayed up. If I stayed up, I probably could have moved my stop loss. But unfortunately, yeah, David said it'll go up to 31.48 in reverse. So 31.48 was right here. And that's why I moved my stop loss even higher. But unfortunately, you know, the market just wasn't on my side last night, which is fine. It happens. Nothing new there. But I'm definitely looking for a sell here. So once we get that sell signal, we can take that trade, and then we can get along with our day pretty much. And here we are still looking at odd NZD. So it's 8:14, guys. We still have about 1 hour and 45 minutes left on this 4-hour candle. Once it closes, we can start looking at different entries over here. But until then, we're probably going to have to just hang tight for the most part. Let's see what else we got here. Damn, this GCAD dropped like crazy though. Almost 100. Well, yeah, basically 100 pips right at this point. If I held on to this trade from last night, I'd be in profit. Geez, 225 pips. That's crazy. It's a huge move. Flynn said pivots equal sauce. I agree. Braden said, what time frame do you like to mark up? Do you use to mark up your K2SR zones on the US 30? So Braden, I usually mark it up on the same chart time frame that I am premium and it's funny how people always look for signals. This guy TJ, no trade today. There's always people like that in the chat that are they're just in the chat to copy my signals and pretty much give them to their own groups, which I mean, it's something I can't avoid, but whatever. I'd rather teach you guys how to trade so you guys can, you know, actually know what you're doing versus just copying my trades, because obviously my trades hit, but what's the point in like them hitting if you don't understand what's going on? Because in some situations you're going to wonder, You know, why is the trade not going your way? And you guys can't just put like 100% trust in a trade. You have to actually understand, you know, what's going on instead of being like a professional signal copier. Yeah, Toon said, think for all GBP too. I held a sell since last night. Damn, that's crazy. So Toon held, I'm not sure if you hold GCAD, but yeah, all the GBP pairs, yeah, they came tanking down like heavy, bro. So if you held that since 1, yeah, you made a ton of bank off that Toon. It doesn't matter which GBP pair you were holding. I should have just called a sell for all of them, but they all look like they're even GU. Literally all the GBP pairs are just crashing like heavy. I wonder what happened. Do you guys know what happened with the pound? Let's see if there's anything here. Nice. So Toon took GA. See GA right there. Damn. Toon, you got rich, bro. Got rich off that. So Toon is holding since 1. Yeah, bro made like nearly 200 pips off that. That's crazy. Okay, so 170 basically total if you held on to it till now. It's a big move, bro. It's a lot of profit off that trade. Yeah, it's pretty nice. Oh man, US 30 is not making any sense right now. It seems like US 30 can't really decide on its direction. So you guys can see we thought it was going to come down, waiting for that sell signal, but now it pushed right back up. So it looks like it's going to consolidate within the zone over here before either pushing up or pushing down. Obviously, I'd prefer it to push down, but we'll see how that plays out. You know, it doesn't always play out as we expect it to. So we'll see how that goes. Yeah, no, it seems to have helped a lot. Black to Jerry said US3 is ranging. Yeah, I agree. It's pretty much just ranging now within the zone. This is why I like drawing the zones, because I have a better picture. Because the thing is, if we didn't have this zone here, then we wouldn't see that range, right? Because we don't see the areas. But with the zones here, I see exactly what's going on. I could even take off the momentum indicator and it looks even cleaner. So price was ranging, shot up right here, ranged a little bit, shot up, ranged a little bit, shot down, sideways, shot down, shot up, sideways, shot up, shot down, shot back up. Now it's sideways again. So we'll see how this, you know, the thing, even if it closes above here, it'll probably come up to here, then just go sideways again. So we might be holding off on, might hold off on this for now. Flynn said, oh, nice. So Black to Jerry also said that it's also at the 50 EMA and the fib 61.8. Yeah, so it kind of lines up with the pivots as well. So they all, you know, if everything lines up perfectly, oh, there we go. So it closed above. At this point, I don't know what's going to happen with it. It's probably just going to range within here maybe. Sideways until it either breaks above it or breaks below it. But I mean, we're just going to have to be patient to see how this plays out, because it established a high, low, high, low. Now it's pushing up. Low, high, low. Damn, this thing's pushing up. Nice, actually. I wish this signal closed as a valid one, because then we could have taken it. But we'll see. So we're basically looking at it from here. So at this point, it should wick and drop. That's what I was hoping for, Black to Jerry. I was hoping that it would wick off this, like not break this structure right here. I was hoping it was going to wick off it and then come back down, and then we could have entered a sell. However, now it looks like it might be pushing up even further. It's super subjective now, because right here, like this could have been identified as, moving down this way like that, and then coming down, and then establishing a low here, and then now pushing up, right? That could have been one way. So that's one way of analyzing it for a bullish move, right? However, there's another way to analyze it as well. Oops, sorry, I'm gonna take that off. Another way to analyze it is to look at it from this perspective, at like big swings, like from here to here to here to here. There's a ton of different ways to analyze it, so it's kind of hard to really tell if it's going to go up or if it's going to go down, because you can see here this would indicate a bearish move, right? But you guys can see from the previous way that I analyzed it, it can go both ways. Literally, you can go from here to now establishing a low here and establishing these smaller little moves that way upwards. So it's kind of tough, guys. It honestly goes both ways. But it's very confusing, because generally it would be a smoother move. Like for something like this is a smoother up and down, right? You would take a buy. For here, you take a sell. It's a smooth move down. However, for right here, it's tricky, because you can analyze it from these bigger swings of momentum, a swing down, swing up, swing down, swing up, swing down. Or you can analyze it from the smaller swings, where it goes from here, down, here, up, down to here, and then up as well. So it's really dependent on where price takes it. That's kind of why I like looking on the higher time frames, like the 30-minute right here, because it's a little easier to identify. Wow, this thing shot up a lot. So established low here, low, high, low, high, low, high. Yeah, so I think it's going to pull back a little bit, especially on the 30-minute. I don't know if it'll pull back a full 150 pips, or 1,500 pips, because that's a long pullback down. Let's see. So I hate when people ask this question: how many signals do you post in the premium group per day? It's always like people that don't know how to trade, because the thing is, a lot of people think there's a set amount of signals that get sent out daily, but the market moves different every day, guys. So like for people that don't realize that there's not going to be a set number of trades every single day, those are the type of people that I'd rather have learn how to trade than just copy signals, because we have a lot of pro signal copiers in the group. And I honestly don't like giving signals, guys. The only reason I give signals is because some people use them as training. People look at my signals, but they know the strategy, so they want to line up their entry with my entry to see if it's proper, because we're all looking at the same strategy. But there's some people that just want signals, and I personally don't like just giving signals. Like I'll give signals to give you confirmation for the specific trades if you guys are learning the strategy, but just giving straight out signals is kind of annoying, because then if people don't understand what's going on, they're going to have like a million questions. Like, oh, do I close this? Do I move this? What do I move my stop loss? There's like 100 questions. But if you would just learn the strategy, you would know exactly what we were doing. Let's go back to AN. I'm just getting a bunch of questions here from like new people asking how many signals you post per day. I'll answer those questions later, because it's not important right now. Get AN right here. So AN is still doing what we were talking about earlier. Josh said professional CPEs, copy paste experts. Yeah, guys, like, for people just looking for signals can only get you so far, guys. Like there's going to be a point in time where, you should probably advance and actually learn how to trade, not just copy signals all the time. Like I don't mind giving signals out to people who are still learning, but you know, if you really want to advance your trading and you want to be successful long term, you have to actually learn how to read charts and how to analyze things. That's a good one though, Josh. CPEs, copy paste experts. Yeah, AutoNZD doesn't look like it's going to come down anytime soon. Braden said, I'm back testing Bitcoin right now in the 10-minute with K2SR. Nice, dude. Yeah. Nice. You're a trooper for like back testing Bitcoin. I don't like Bitcoin at all. I mean, I have Bitcoin where I just buy and hold it, but I don't trade it actively. Let me check my Bitcoin right now, actually. Let's see if it, wow, Bitcoin shot up again. So guys, if you guys are familiar with my Bitcoin account, I had like maybe like 200, 300 bucks. Now it's like up to 800 because it just keeps going up. It's literally just, it's stacking. Right now I'm at 807. It's a nice increase. So I just buy and hold on to it. I don't really actively trade it. David said, Bitcoin will eat you alive, Braden. Find one pair and one pair only, stick to it. Yeah, no, Braden said he's just messing. He doesn't trade it. I wouldn't trade it either. It's just, you know, Bitcoin is all speculation. There's not really any data to back it with regard to how far it's going to move. That's why I just buy and hold it for the most part. Tune said, ever heard of XRP? Yeah, no, definitely. XRP, that's like one of the ones that actually moves consistently. Shows on demand. Akeem's here. He said, Sean's funny, copy paste signal. Y'all better not be like I know. Y'all for sure not, bro. Definitely not. Yeah, Tune said it's a really good crypto to bag up on. Yeah, XRP is good because it's pretty cheap right now. And I think a lot of credit processors are starting to use it because it's a lot quicker to encode or whatever it's called when they you know, run through the numbers. So XRP is definitely one of the bigger ones to hold on to. Aaron's not in here. Let me see if Aaron's in here. Yeah, no, Aaron's not on here right now, but Aaron, that dude loves XRP. Yeah, David over here too. David over here got a nice XRP bag. You know, David's always talking to me about XRP as well. Him and Aaron. These guys are XRP fiends. Sorry, guys. I think there was one question up here that I missed. So Monty, sorry, I did see your question up there. I think we totally overlooked it. You were asking, can you speak about break even and take profit, about your trade ideas, and also how much time we have to get into a trade idea you sent. So Monty, it just really depends on how the market's moving. You know, sometimes the market's moving slow. Like AN right here, we have a buy stop. It's been sitting there for maybe an hour, hour and a half. It hasn't filled. Some trades we enter it on the close, and we're already in the trade. So it just depends on the specific pair and how the market's moving. Because sometimes the let me see why. Yeah, sometimes the market's moving fast, sometimes it's moving slow. Like today it's moving slow. Yesterday is moving fast. We enter right away. It just really depends on how it wait, what is it? Let me look at the chat real quick. I think this is Kiki said, bro, you should live signals for premium members. Kiki, what are you talking about, bro? You're on the live right now. Kiki's saying, bro, you should live signals for premium members. Not always everyone's able to catch them live. I don't know what you mean by that. Kiki, are you still in here in the live? Kiki's said, bro, you should live signals for premium members. Not always everyone's able to catch. You're in the premium, bro. You're in the premium and you get signals. I don't know. Hey, Kiki, are you in this live right now? Because I don't really get what you're saying. Because Kiki, you are in the live, so you get the live signals. You get the same time, the signals, the same time as everyone else. So I'm not sure what Kiki means by that. Kiki, are you still in here? Because I know you pop in the live every once in a while, but I don't get what. I just saw your message, Sisu. Oh man, Sisu, you're funny. Yeah, I'm gonna keep that message private, Sisu. Yeah, I don't know what people are talking about in the thing. Sisu, that's funny. Yeah, I don't know, because Kiki, you're in the premium. You have access to the indicators. You have access to the strategies. You know, if you want to take the trades on your own, you got to put in the work, bro. You can't just expect me to like give you a signal and then have the signal come exactly when you want it, because I trade on the 4-hour time frame, bro. I tell you that I trade the same time every single day. The 4-hour candle doesn't close. It closes at the same exact time every single day. And you could either set an alarm so that you can, like, I don't know how can I make it any easier for you. You have the indicators, you can learn the strategy, but you don't want to. You just want to copy my signals. And David said, Shawn, can you enter my trades for me? Yeah, I don't. For some people, I give you guys all of the resources. I give you guys the indicators. I give you guys the strategy so you can apply it on your own, right? So if you can't catch my signals, then learn the strategy. It's not that difficult. It's like a checklist. And then see, you're funny. And then if you don't want to do that, then at least set an alarm at the close of every 4-hour candle, because there's really no excuse for you to miss these trades, because they're sent around the same time every single day. You know, Dan said, Shawn, could you give us the moon on a stick, please? Yeah, guys. I don't honestly. I'm not trying to make fun of it, but it's just I've given you guys all the resources, and especially for someone that has all of the resources, and you're still asking for me to do everything for you. I mean, I'll be realistic. Trading is not for everybody, guys. Like, I'm not to be fucked up, but trading is really not for everybody. If you don't want to put in any work, then you're not going to be good at trading. If you don't want to be active when I call the signals, you're not going to be good at trading, because you have to actually put in some sort of effort. You know, you don't just sign up for K2 and you're automatically make like a fortune. You have to actually put in work, because I don't manage accounts. I'm not going to take any trades for you. I'm here to actually teach you so that you can actually, learn something out of this. You're not just going to be making money out of thin air. If it was that easy, everyone would be rich, right? But yeah, honestly, I don't know how to respond to that. Let's see. Randall's asking, any EJ analysis stepped away from it. Yeah, Randall. So let's pull up EJ real quick. But yeah, guys, I mean, if you guys have all of the resources, then it shouldn't be an issue for you to, apply this strategy. But okay, let me go ahead and analyze this real quick for Randall. So Randall, I'll look at EJ right here. Let me make sure the zones are proper. So I do have these zones drawn up right here. I have these upper zones from the higher time frame. So that's good right there. I'm gonna see where it's at right here. So prices, we have the most previous signal was a buy signal right here. So we have a bullish momentum. What I'm waiting for right here is for price to break this structure, and then we can take a long position from there. But if price doesn't break the structure, which it probably won't, unless we have a strong bullish move, if it rejects off this point, then we would wait for a sell signal, like something like this, for it to close below here, and then we can take a short position from that point. So it can go either way right now. We do have a bullish bias. for this right here, we do have a bullish bias. So we don't, sorry guys, I'm like looking over here, what's going on. Sorry, we have a couple of messages coming in on the Telegram. But yeah, so Randall, back to my analysis over here, we do have a bullish bias. So what I anticipate happening is price is probably going to keep pushing up, or what happened here was it came up, tested the structure, it came back down like it did right there. And then as soon as it swings back up, if we get, if it closes up here, then we can take a long position. However, if it ends up continuing down, because you can see right here, price came up and it came down. If it ends up pushing down further and then we get a sell signal, then we can, let me delete this. Yeah, if it closes down here and it closes over here, then we could take a short position right there. So there's two scenarios that can play out. Price either breaks above and continues with the current momentum, or price swings back down, we get a sell signal, and then it swings back in the opposite direction. So there's two scenarios there. It either breaks above here, we take a buy, closes below here, and we get a sell signal, we take a sell. Another way to analyze this is to add the correlation. So we'll look at all the JPY pairs. We're looking at EJ right here. We'll take a look at AJ. It's bullish, right? So this is going to be a nice buy, just like EJ, if it closes above this zone right here. Look at K²JPY, same situation. This, yeah, so it looks very, very, very bullish. So I'm going to mark that up too. Looks like we're going to buy all these JPY pairs once this candle closes. So there's a availability up there. Same with the EJ over here. This is probably going to swing back up. If it closes above here, we'll have a buy. GJ right here, opposite. So this is where it gets kind of tricky. It looks like all of the European pairs are actually not moving with the other JPY pairs. So AJ, K²JPY, they're all going up. EJ and GJ are both coming down. So it's a little bit risky here. Like I mentioned, if this closes below here and we get a sell signal, then we would take the sell and ride this down. So there's the market's just really funky this week, guys. See, NJ is pushing up super heavy right here. There's wow, look at that, guys. Yeah, it definitely looks like it's going to sell. Yeah, exactly. It's like what we were just talking about, Black Jerry. I was telling you, that, or you mentioned that wick right there. And I said, yeah, if it comes down and we get that sell signal, then we might be able to take this. So I'll go back to EJ in 1 second, guys. Let me just see. There might be a signal that pops up randomly right here that we can take. So you got 28 seconds left on this candle right here. See if this ends up closing. Nice. And then John said AN is also moving back up. So we'll definitely take a look at that as well. So you got 9 seconds left. I think this next candle might be a signal candle. We'll see. It's finally breaking out of this range, or it's trying to break out of the range. Yep, that's what I was saying right there. So we have that, we have a pending sell right here. So I'm going to keep coming back to this because if this closes, we're going to have our entry, guys, finally. You know, we've been waiting for this. I don't even know how long we've been waiting for this, guys. Honestly, we've been waiting for a long time for this entry. So I'll come back to this in about a few minutes. We have 90 minutes left on this candle. But yeah, going back to EJ over here, Randall, for your EJ, it can go both ways. So I'd wait for it to either close above it or close below it with a sell signal. But looking at the rest of the JPY pairs, there's a lot of mixed correlations here. Like AJ is going up, NJ is super up, CJ is up, but GJ and EJ are down. So I don't know what happened with the European news that happened, this morning. I don't know exactly what happened because I was asleep during that time and I haven't really analyzed it. But it looks like this might have caused a bad effect to all of the European pairs, the euro and the pound. So, I mean, we'll see. For EJ, I would just wait for it to either close above it or close below it. My bias would be a buy though, because AJ is super bullish. That means that the JPY is weak. K²JPY is bullish. That means the JPY is weak here as well. EJ, it's overall bullish, but it just hasn't closed above. If it closes above, it's going to give that confirmation that the JPY is weak against the euro, and it's going to continue pushing up. JPY is, GJ is a different story. I don't know what's going on with GJ. There was some news that happened. I know there's a Brexit stuff going on this week early on. So maybe that's lingering onto this this day. But NJ is also pushing up super heavy. So Randall, if you're looking at EJ, I would look at it from a bullish bias, wait for it to break above this structure, and then take a buy from there. Take a look at AN right now. Yeah, AN's like still bouncing around this structure right here. So I think if it rejects off the structure, then we can catch that right up. And then it should be good from there. So here's US 30. We have that sell signal that keeps appearing and disappearing. Yeah, personally, I would like to take the sell, because if we look at the trend from here, so for one, if we do a manual trend line or manual, a manual parallel channels, it's clearly in a downtrend, right? So that's one confirmation that it's coming down. Confirmation number 2 is that we're getting a sell signal if it closes. Confirmation number 3 is the K2 pivots right here. So if this closes, Flynn, this is going to be a perfect pivot entry right here, because obviously price is trending down. We have the retracement from here, rejection right here. Sell signal is the last requirement we need. And then we can take that short position right over here. I personally would rather take the short position than the long. So it was a good thing that this signal didn't close proper. We got about 6 minutes left on this candle, guys, so I'll be waiting for that. But it looks like a perfect pivot entry right there. Braden said, imagine holding the AU buy from last night. Let's check it out. Wow, look at that. Yeah, man, that's a nice push up. So I think the buy that we took was like way down here or something, or it was somewhere like right here. Yeah. So we had full TP for 80 pips right here. And then you could have been like way over 100, 115 pips right there. That would have been great, Braden. I wish I held it, but I didn't, unfortunately. I made profit on both though. So I made profit on the first one. I made profit on the second entry. But if I took off my TP, I could have made way more on that as well. Yeah, Flint, that's what I'm talking about. Pivots for life. Yeah, I like the pivots, bro. Pivots are one of my favorite strategies as well, especially if you're trading something that has a lot of momentum, like a lot of volatility. So like US 30 has a ton of volatility. So it's easy to catch these moves, like easy buy, easy buy, easy buy, easy buy. And then down here, easy sell. And then if we have the sell right here, another easy sell as well. So I'm hoping US 30 stops messing around and just gives us that sell signal so that we can enter a sell position. Because it looks juicy. It looks like a really good trade if this ends up closing. And I mean, there's ways to scalp this as well. Like if you wanted to scalp the rejections, you guys can do that as well. I went over that a couple times in the previous webinars, but I personally don't teach it because I don't want people to blow their accounts. There's a lot of people that if, so this is what happens, guys. It's funny because I show you guys a brand new strategy and then it's still brand new, right? Nobody even like really practices it very much. But then all of a sudden, once people start getting a couple wins off it, they get too confident. And what they do is they end up trying to take every single trade and they end up making a bunch of mistakes. So that's why I usually don't teach scalping strategies, because most of the time people don't get it right. However, for the pivot strategy, it's hard to get it wrong, guys. There's only like so many requirements. First you identify the trend using the pivots, and then you identify, I was going to type it up, but I don't want to get too caught up with explaining the strategy while I'm waiting for this to close. But it's super simple. If you watch the video on the website. So if you go to the website, k2trades.com, you sign up for the free academy. It's right here, the K2 pivot scalping strategy right there. So if you guys want to learn that, you guys can learn it there. It's also on the YouTube as well. If you want to go to the K2 strategies videos. Flynn said it's hard to tell if the trend line is still valid, but the pivots indicator tells you clearly if the trend ended or if it's setting up for a good pullback entry. So exactly, no, 100%. See, I'm glad that you noticed that, Flynn, because I noticed that when I first created the indicator and a lot of people couldn't see it. I mean, it's pretty clear, guys. If price is below it, you can see price moves in waves, right? Because we trade momentum. So we catch the momentum swings. When momentum swings down, swings up for a retracement, we get a sell signal, catch the drop again further down. Easy as that. Same situation over here. Price is trending down and the trend is starting to widen. So it's starting to get heavier and heavier as it continues to push down further. So we have price come down, retraces from this point, then we catch the momentum swing back downwards right here if we get this signal. So that's how this strategy works. It's super simple. It's one of my very favorite strategies. I use it all the time, and it lines up with the zone strategy as well. So there's a lot of benefits to learning all of these strategies because they all kind of tie in. They tie in at some point. If you want to increase your confirmations and confluences with regard to entries. Oh wow, look at that drop. Check that out, Flynn. Check that out, everyone, actually, not just Flynn, everybody. It looks like this could be a nice sell. So if you guys are ready, get ready. We got 2 minutes left on this candle. So I'm just gonna have to change my information here from a buy to a sell. We end up getting this. All right, so it looks like pretty much set up for the most part. Yeah, exactly. So Flynn said you have to use the strategy that fits you as a trader. And that's why I have different options here, guys. So I have options for intraday trading, scalping, momentum pullback, support resistance, zone trading, pivots, US 30, etc. There's a lot of different strategies here. And I'm sure if you try all the strategies out, you'll be able to find one that fits you specifically as a trader, because everyone trades differently, guys. So like me and Flynn like the pivot strategy. For some people, they might not like that because it might seem like a lot more work compared to the other strategies that are available. So depending on what you like and what fits your trading style, you know, I have a ton of options for you guys, because I've gone through phases where I like to trade certain ways, and then I've gone through other phases where I like to trade in other ways as well. So let me see, we got about a minute left. Hopefully it keeps pushing down. Just need this to close, guys, and we can take this sell, and then we can get on with our day for the most part. All right, so just analyzing this from a perspective of high lows. We have a high here, we have a low here, we have a high here. So I'm gonna show you guys right here. We have a high right here, we've got a low right here, the high moved over here, and then now we can anticipate this to drop down there if we get a signal. 20 seconds left, guys. Unfortunately, I don't know if we're gonna get a signal on this one, but either way, I'm gonna have my phone ready just in case. MT4, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2. Damn it. Okay, so we gotta wait another 10 minutes, guys. Another 10 minutes, and we're dropping below 30,000. So if we're dropping below 30,000, we can probably catch that ride back down, because I know how much David loves those quarter points, right, David? It's your favorite thing to look at. So we got the quarter points right here for 30,000. If it breaks 30,000, David, you know what that means? It means we're shorting. All right, so we're breaking 30,000 right now. We're breaking below it again. If it closes below it, it could be a nice, actually that's pretty nice right there. So you can see this little range between the quarter point and this high right here. It's pretty much going sideways. If it breaks below this quarter point, we can anticipate it to drop from this point. Yeah, someone else asked about the quarter points the other day too. I don't necessarily use it all the time, but if it does benefit my position, then I'm gonna, you know, include that in my analysis just to give me a better understanding as to where price is going to be going. So we're just waiting for this to close below. When it does, then we can take this entry and then we can go from there. Sorry, let me go back to Monty. So Monty, let me go back to your question. You spoke about, can you speak about break even and take profit? So obviously, you know, break even is if you move your stop loss to break even and then you get broken out with no profit or no loss. take profit is when you hit the full TP at some point. If you use the exit strategy, the way that the exit strategy works is we usually have TP1 set somewhere around halfway mark right here. So if we have TP1 right here, basically when price reaches TP1, when it closes below it, then you would move your stop loss to TP1. That way you have all the upside. If price reverses on you, you lock in 750 pips, which is equivalent to like 750 bucks if you're trading a normal account. Vice versa, if price continues down further, you can go for full TP. So it's just, you know, it's basic risk management. A lot of people don't understand risk management at all, but you guys will understand, you know, if you want to be a long-term trader, it's all about consistency and locking in profits in order to eliminate your risk. Because, you know, the less losses you have, the more profit you get to keep, even if you just keep taking TP1 or TP2 by moving your stop loss and profit, because you can't go broke taking profit. You know, you could go broke going for full TP and end up hitting stop loss. But if you keep locking in profits and your win rate's super high, like for us, we have a super high win rate at K2, you'll be profitable at the end of the week and at the end of the month. And like I mentioned, you can just keep growing that account and compounding it every single day. Here we go. It's breaking the quarter point, David. There's your sweet spot right there. So it's breaking it with the sell signal. If that's happening, man, this thing's going to hell. It's going way down here. So we'll see how that goes, guys. We have about 6 minutes left on this candle. So we'll hang tight until this ends up closing. Hopefully it closes below so we can finally take the signal. Otherwise, you know, we're just gonna keep waiting for that confirmation. Let's see what else we got here. One more question from Monty. Monty said, also, how much time do we have? Yeah, so back to that question, I think I answered it earlier, but it just depends on when you enter the trade. Generally, you should enter it right away, but sometimes price will just bounce around entry. If it bounces around entry, you can enter it as long as it doesn't hit TP1, but if it hits TP1 already, then we recommend you cancel that trade because then it would be too late for you to enter. So let me keep checking what's down here. Matthias said, show you indicators of TradingView, please. Yeah, okay, so I'll show you the indicators right now. Let me, one second, let me see what else we got here. NCG said, are you still waiting on that first valid signal after the, sorry, NCG, are you still waiting on the first valid K2 signal after 6:30 for US 30? Yeah, so that's exactly what we're waiting for right now, NCG. 6:30 was right here. This signal right here was invalid. So the next one's going to be a valid sell right here, right? So that's why we are waiting for this to close so that we can take that entry somewhere around here. So man, it's having a huge burst of momentum right here. We still have 5 minutes left on the clock. I hate when this happens, when it spikes down so heavy, and there's a lot of time still left on this candle. Let me check the 5 minute real quick. So the 5 minute is on this. Okay, so the 5 minute candle actually closed already. Maybe we should just take it now, huh? What do you guys think? You guys think we should take the trade already? I don't know. Should we get into this thing early? What do you think, David? It actually closed already on the 5 minute, so we could technically get into this trade if we were applying the other one. Kenny said, geez, I wish that would have gotten this signal candle before this one. I agree, bro. I wish it was on this one because we were waiting for this one, but it didn't close. It just closed on the 5 minute. So the 10 minute might just follow right after. But I don't want to jump the gun. That's the thing. I don't want to jump the gun and then Deswell's already in. John said I took it a minute ago. Everyone took it. All right, cool. Let's hop into this thing. Man, you guys. I hate MT4, bro. MT4 takes forever to I'm gonna pull up a little bit. All right, fuck it. I'm in the trade, guys. Whatever. All right, I'm in the trade, guys. I'm gonna send this trade out to you guys real quick. I'm I'm just gonna do it on the 5 minutes so that you guys understand why we took this trade. Because I know a lot of people are gonna be like, oh, why don't you take it on the 10-minute? You're not trading on 10-minute anymore? Ah, fuck, okay, my bad. I messed this up for a second. Let me fix this. Because I already know there's always gonna be like someone in the group that's gonna question, why am I changing the strategy? I mean, technically I'm not, because it's the same thing. You're just playing it on the 5 minute instead of the 10. Let me smooth this over here. All right, so let me post this right here. Entry. All right, so I'm in the trade. I'm in the trade, so we're good to go. So what else we got there? 30, sell. Okay. Lastly, FTML parameters. My entry is just 299958. All right, so I think we're good. So all right, I've sent the signals out in the premium. So I think everyone should be good to go for the most part. Akeem told Paula, let me borrow $1. And then Paula said even $2. All right, so we're good. Wait, why does it have that up there? Okay, let me delete that real quick. Sorry, guys. That was like a little typo that I had sent out right there. I'm gonna delete that, post that right there. Man, you guys crack me up, guys. Every time I wake up and I see the chat, it's like everything you guys talk about during London session just cracks me up. Because I'm like, what were these guys talking about while I was asleep? So let me see. Go back to the 10-minute. All right, guys. So we're in the trade. We pretty much got in at a head start for the most part because we got in at the 5-minute, which is fine. It happens all the time. We actually could have got in like way over here because the first valid signal was actually down on this side. So we actually got in a little late. Let me see how many pips. Not really that far, but it was about like 15 pips. Oops, what did I do? I think I messed something up. Let me fix this real quick. All right. Yeah, I'm in profit. It's bouncing around. It's looking good. Why did I do that? Ooh, look at that. See, I'm glad we took that trade because we wouldn't even gotten in because the signal just kept getting pushed back. So I think that's something that we might do. That's something that we might do a little from time to time, guys. Basically, if we're waiting for that signal on the 10-minute, we'll bounce around between the 5 and the 10 to see how it if like there's a better entry on the other time frame, because sometimes that happens where there's actually a better entry on the lower time frame, because generally if we get a signal on the 5-minute, odds are it's gonna follow through on the 10-minute. So let me go ahead and set these alerts over here. Oh dang! So Black to Jerry took the London entry. Yeah, because the market's been really weird this week, Black to Jerry. I'm sure you've noticed too. This whole week has been it's been all over the place, not just for US 30, but for like every single pair. That's why we've been a little more careful with our trades and stuff. So let me go ahead and set these alerts really quick. We have TP or full TP for 1500 pips. And that's why I'm a little careful because you know, I don't like to take losses, guys. Like, you know, there's some traders that can take like 10 losses to have like one big win to cover that break even. But for me, I don't like taking losses at all. I'd rather have like smaller wins and then just stack up those wins over time versus, you know, me taking like a whole bunch of losses, taking like a smaller risk rather than just having a high win rate. I prefer to have a high win rate. And just like how I am, like a lot of people have different trading strategies. There's no one way to trade. You can trade like a ton of different ways. That's why when a lot of people come at me with, you know, their arguments that like one-to-one sucks, obviously my results speak for themselves. You know, I trade one-to-one and I'm profitable. So obviously it works. You don't have to trade 1-3, 1-2, 1-4 every single time. If you have a low win rate strategy, like if your strategy doesn't win very often, then yeah, obviously you can take a 1-3 or 1-2, 1-4, because you're taking like 4 losses before you have one win and you just come out to break even anyways. For me, we have like more wins and losses, so we can take smaller profits and just stack those up, because even if we take a loss, it only sets us back slightly. It doesn't really set us back that far, and we're still in profit overall for, you know, the week or whatnot. But I think that's it for US 30. Hopefully this, what the hell is going on with US 30? We got 7 minutes left on this candle. We'll see how this plays out. But I do have my alert set up right here. So it looks like it's just rejecting off this zone right here, but I think it's going to come back down. It's like a temporary rejection. But we will we'll see how that plays out. Let me see what everyone else is saying over here. Yeah, so everyone's in the trade, I think. Black Jay said, wait for it to break that zone first. That's kind of what I was looking for as well. Flynn said strategies are dynamic. They adjust to market conditions. K2s cannot be stagnant. And yeah, that's why I like, you know, Flynn, that's kind of why we both like the pivot strategy, because it's dynamic. You know, it's not just like you can see these structures are just set in place, right? The thing with the K2 pivots is that it moves with price. So as price moves down, the pivots move with it. Price moves up, it does the same thing as well. So that's why I like the pivot so much. And I'm sure that's kind of why you like it as well, Flynn, because it moves with price and it actually interacts with, you know, current market conditions. Let's see what else we got here. Bradenton, right away, it's signaled on the next candle. I see that. Yeah, definitely. Flynn said, we need more likes on this YouTube stream, friends. Let's spread the K2 gospel to gentles in the Forex community. So yeah, guys, if you guys haven't liked the video, you know, that definitely do us a solid in helping us with the YouTube algorithm, so that other people who need help with trading can find K2. So I'm here to help you guys. You know, I'm not charging for this webinar at all. Everyone's free to join. You can share it with anybody you like, and we can all pretty much grow and profit together. That's the real goal in here, guys. Like my whole goal in creating K2 was to create a community where we can trade together and we could, you know, all be profitable. It's not like something where I'm just giving out signals. Like I'm actually here trying to teach, because I can easily just give you guys my trades and you know, that could be it. But I'm here to actually hang out with you guys, teach you guys, you know, answer any questions that you guys have regarding trading, because I know you guys have a ton of questions, because I was in that position before too, where I didn't have enough experience. And I wish I had someone to ask questions to, but here I am. So I'm here to help you guys out. Let me see anything else here. Let's see. Velocity said, are you using an algo that pastes your trades in the chats when you take them, or do you just type fast? Velocity, I just type really fast. I usually just send it in the premium channel, and then I forward it to these other groups over here as well. Let me see, Aaron wants the link. Send Aaron the link real quick. Aaron finally wants to join. And guys, don't be too worried about this like retracement right here. This is normal. This retracement happens, you know, all the time, where it might just retrace up a little bit, reject off that point, and then come straight down. So this is why I don't normally look at US 30 once we're in the trade. Once we're in the trade, I just let it run and let it do what it's supposed to do. Because let me see what C6 sent. And C6 sends me some funny stuff over here. That's funny, C6 over here with the alien talk. alien talk yesterday. Where's Aaron at? Is Aaron in here yet? Yeah, City said he's worried it'll give us a false signal. If it does, it's fine because we have a long range to go, City. Even if it does give a false signal, it might just range within this area before, you know, actually taking a dump and then coming straight down. Because there's a lot of scenarios that can play out here, but I do have a bearish bias, you know, for one reason. So I'll give you like a couple confirmations why I think it's going to come down. Just trying to wait for Aaron to get into this room, but if not, I'll just let him hop in. But here we'll analyze US 30 in multiple ways, so that we can so you guys can understand, you know, where I'm coming from with regard to it being a sell. So if I draw my own trend lines, like a parallel channel, you guys can see here that it's clearly still in a downtrend, right? So that's confirmation number one. I see it in a downtrend. Confirmation number two is if I turn on the K2 pivots, you can see here that price is clearly trending down. Price is below the pivots. It's just retracing a bit. So price came down, retraces up a bit, it comes back down. Retraces up a bit, comes down. Retraces up a bit, comes down. Same situation right here. Retraces a bit, comes down, and then again right here, it's retracing back, and then I anticipate it to come back down. The only thing that can really mess up our position is if there's some kind of news that pushes the US 30 up. So I'll have to go and check that to make sure that there's nothing that's really causing that. Another thing that confirms this, you know, this bearish movement right here is that it broke structure. So basically when it breaks structure like that, it comes down and tests this structure. So now it's just retracing up again before it tests this structure, before dropping again further to break this structure and continue down further from there. So there's a lot of different confirmations that I was looking at before entering this trade, indicating that it's going to continue down further. So I think it'll be fine, you know, especially with our stop loss so high up here. We have a lot of cushion for it to bounce around. And, you know, and City said like he's worried that we're going to get a false signal. I was worried about that too, but you can see here that I don't think we're going to get it. So we'll wait and see how that plays out. You know, on top of that, we could even go on the higher time frames. Like if I go on the 30-minute, it's like rejecting off this area right here. So you see this rejection right here off this zone. This is a pretty strong zone right here. And it doesn't have the sell signal yet. You can see that nice wick. You see that top wick? So if that top wick closes, or actually, no, this isn't even where we're at. Dude, I'm so dumb. I was on the wrong chart. But yeah, this is the 30-minute right here. So same situation right here. It's establishing lower lows and lower highs. So here's the high. Here is the low, the high, and then I'm anticipating it to, you know, continue down further. I can't believe I was on the wrong chart. I was like, why does it look so different? But yeah, right here, I anticipate it to, you know, break below here and continue down further. But we'll see how that plays out. We still have a lot of time left. I'm not going to bother looking at it because it's just going to keep bouncing around until we have some sort of confirmation on here. All right, so let me go back over here and take a look at the chat. It's like there's a lot of commotion going on. So let me see what's going on in the chat. All right, so we got Flynn said Bruce Lee said be like water, my friend. He didn't say be a rock and never move. Exactly. I agree 100%. Ron Mexico said Fauci just said that he will take the vaccine if the FDA says it's safe. That's interesting. You'd expect him to know, right? Fauci. Let's see. Let me go on CNBC real quick to see if there's anything that's affecting the wow, Airbnb split set to double. So there's a lot of other factors as well. So if you guys looked at the jobless claims, they're high as well. So that's going to indicate a bearish movement as well, because it doesn't directly affect it. But, you know, obviously if if unemployment is high, it's not going to be good for the market. People can't buy stocks and stuff because they're saving. Let's see what else we got here. Just trying to see if there's anything else that could, you know, necessarily affect the market, but RH, Best Buy is down. RH is down. It looks like everything is down. So the whole market's pretty much down for the most part overall. So that's actually going to help our position. Let's see. The Dow Jones is down 69 points for the day, 0.23%. Same with the S&P. So looks good for us overall. But we're probably just going to have to wait and see how this ends up playing out. So what else we got here? Merciful said, crazy morning. What's up, guys? Hey, Shawn, what do you think about RSI and MACD indicators? So Merciful, RSI, you can use it to determine the direction. So if you're looking at the direction of price, you can see if it's going up or down using the RSI. One way that I used to use it, so I can just turn it on right here somewhere. Let me see. But you have to keep in mind that these indicators don't work the same for currencies and for stocks and other commodities that have, like, you know, some sort of market cap. Like a lot of people like to use RSI for I already had on my chart. A lot of people like to use RSI for overbought and oversold as an overbought oversold indicator. It works sort of for stocks and other commodities that are limited, like they have limited quantities, but it doesn't work for Forex, because for Forex, you can't be overbought or oversold. You know, it's a pair that's it's in currency that's matched with another pair. So for the RSI to work, it has to be something that where there's market cap, like a US 30, you know, or a stock, or the dollar index, something that's not paired with something else. Because if it's paired with something else, it just weighs up and down. It can't be like overweight or underweight or anything like that. Because if this currency is stronger than this one, it'll just keep going up, you know, until something else happens that balances this out, or until something bad happens where it drops this back down. So RSI, one way that I used to use it is I would put a line at the 50 mark. So I put it there. And one way that you can look at it is if it's above, then obviously it's trending up, right? If it's below, it's going down. If it's above, it's going up. But I would never look at the oversold or overbought for Forex. Even for US 30 or any other asset, I still don't follow it for, you know, using that strategy. Because some people, what they do is they trade something like US 30, and as soon as it gets to oversold, what do? They try to sell right here because they think it's oversold, and then they use this like 1 to 3 risk to reward, and then they end up getting stopped out, right? Because their stop loss is right there, it's too close, they end up getting stopped out. It doesn't always work. So for RSI, this is one way that I would use it. I would just use the 50 line, and I would see which direction it's moving. But I would just use this as an extra correlation. It wasn't one of the main identifiers for me. This is just to confirm, like if I'm taking a buy position, like I'm taking this right here, I'm like, all right, I want to make sure it's above the 50. So it's above the 50. I'm like, okay, it works out. So I would take that position. But it's not something that I necessarily focus on at all. So that's RSI. Some people use it for overbought, oversold, but like I mentioned, it doesn't necessarily work like that specifically for Forex. It depends on what you're applying it for. Let me go through the chat to see if Merspot said anything else. Yeah, it doesn't necessarily work the same way for Forex, because if you look at Forex here and I add it to say I add it to like a Forex chart. What's like a normal pair? Euro USD. So if you're like looking at Euro USD and then you have you try to use RSI like you just mentioned, you'll see that it usually doesn't respect the overbought oversold thing. So as you can see right here, your USD was overbought, right? So some people, they try to use this indicator for Forex and they get burned every single time. It's hilarious because they don't realize that it doesn't work like that. So like right here, it's overbought, right? People try to enter a sell right there, or yeah, a sell position, because they're like, oh, it's overbought, it's got to come down. And then what happens? It just ends up pushing up higher and higher and higher, because it can't be overbought or oversold, because it's a currency that's paired with another currency. So this just means that the euro is stronger than the US dollar. And then vice versa, when it's coming down, this means that the US dollar is stronger than the euro. If you're trading the dollar index, like the DXY or the EXY, I think that's what the euro is. If you're trading the index, then you can use it for something like that. So if you're applying like DXY, dollar index, this is something that you could possibly use it with, because it has market cap. You know, there's a limited quantity of, you know, how much it could be worth. Like right here, it got oversold. So then you could probably buy it from there. Same situation right here, overbought. You can sell it from there. It actually works for DXY or, you know, something like US 30 in some instances, but it doesn't work for currencies. So that's like one thing that a lot of people get wrong with RSI. They try to apply the same principles for RSI to Forex, when this indicator was created for stocks, commodities, you know, something that has some sort of limited quantity. Let me see what else is here. Yeah, Marissa said, sheesh, I was thinking for divergence. And David said, just use the divergence indicator. Yeah, I mean, there's better things to use for that. You don't necessarily want to use RSI. I mean, you can. It's not necessarily, you know, a bad thing if you use the 50 line, like I just mentioned, because you can use that as confirmation that price is, you know, swinging up in that direction. Oh, sorry, 50 line. So if you use another indicator to determine divergence and then you mash it up with, you know, crossing the 50 right here, then you can probably take that right up. Same situation if it comes below it, you can take that, you know, that right down if you have some other indicator indicating divergence. So that's one for RSI. For MACD, MACD is a little tricky. I mean, it used to be one of my favorite indicators. So this is one of my indicators I used when I first started trading, until I realized that it wasn't very accurate. I would have to, you'd have to use it with something else. Like you can probably use the MACD for divergence when you see it cross, because that will help with, you know, identifying swings in price or swings in trend. The difference with this, so like you can see here that we have the momentum indicator that indicates momentum, right? You can also use the divergence if it lines up with it, because I know there's some people in the group that use the MACD with K2. What they do is they generally use the MACD to identify the trend, and then if it matches with the momentum, then they take the trade, right? I personally don't recommend that, because it's you have better tools. If you have the K2 indicators, you might as well just use the pivots. If you're looking for the trend, you just use the pivots and it's way easier. See, because right here, you just take this sell right here because it's below the pivots trending down, and you're just going to catch that wave down right here, right? You enter a sell position. If you're waiting for the MACD, this cross doesn't happen until later. Same situation over here. This cross, you know, the sell would happen right here. It's below the pivots. You can enter a sell position. Vice versa for the cross right here, it happens like way later. So you would have missed it by like maybe 1 or 2 hours. So that's one way to use it. Some people like to use the histogram. I don't think the histogram is accurate at all. So I wouldn't even look at the histogram. A lot of people like live by this. They're like, oh, if it crosses into red, you have to take that sell. But there's other tools that you can use that are way more accurate than the MACD histogram. But some people use this as crossovers to identify the trend. But you know, like I mentioned, if you have the K2 indicators, you have way better tools available to you. If you want to identify the trend. I think the pivots work way better identifying the trend, or the trend meter down here as well, if you want to see the overall trend. There's I mean, you know, the opportunity is really endless, guys. If you guys figure out how all these indicators work, the K2 indicators specifically, I created these indicators to cover every aspect of a trading strategy. So literally, if you put them all together, like the strategies that I've created, they pretty much cover like everything that you really need with regard to you know, tools when identifying trades and stuff like that. That's why I don't use any of these indicators. I don't use MACD. It's a very beginner indicator. I don't use the stochastics. There's a lot of main ones. The stochastics is one, MACD, RSI, and they're all usable for different reasons, but a lot of them indicate the same thing. Like stochastics, you can use that for divergence, but people use the same thing for MACD. And then people want to line them up. And sometimes if you line them up, you get into that trade a little too late. So that's just my, my perspective on it. I have nothing against those indicators because I started trading with those indicators, but that was years ago. I used those maybe 5 or 6 years ago until I started developing my own stuff, because I found inconsistencies with those indicators, and that's why I created my own K2 indicators to identify things a lot better. Let's pull up US 30. So US 30 is rejecting off that zone like I mentioned earlier. So I'm not too worried, just waiting for it. This could be the situation here where it rejects off the zone, we get a sell signal, and then it ends up coming straight back down. So I'm anticipating a rejection off this point, followed by a sell signal, and then we can pretty much ride this down. So that's it for DJ right there. Let's check on odd NZD. So odd NZD is still in the same place it's been in for the past, I don't know, 4 hours now. It hasn't really moved, but we're we're still waiting for this right here. Yeah, David said they're all hot garbage. Let me see what else do we have here. Let me go through these questions real quick and see what else is here. Yeah, David said RSI is for stocks. There's no such thing as overbought or oversold for currency pairs. Like Jerry said, pull back to the 13 EMA, Fib 38.2. Yeah, and I did see it make that M formation as well. So I do see it right there. So I think it's going to come down eventually. Let's see. Brayden said, put water in a cup, it becomes a cup, becomes the cup. Velocity said, you know what I've learned recently taking these FTMO challenges and trading? Velocity said, Velocity asked the question, but you didn't say anything after that. But from trading FTMO, what I realized from trading it is that it made me a way better trader than I was before. Because with FTMO, the requirements are so strict that you have to know exactly you have to know your risk going in a trade, and you have to know your risk getting out of a trade. So it makes you a really responsible trader where you can identify things before you enter the trade. So like whenever I enter US 30, I know exactly how much I'm going to lose. I know how much I'm going to win. So I'm never guessing, I'm like never guessing if I hit stop loss, like how hard of a hit is that going to hit me? Because I already know, what my risk is before entering that trade. Also, it's taught me to trade during certain time zones or like time sessions. Like for US 30, this is all I trade on FTMO, because if you trade London session, or if you trade, all throughout the day, odds are you're probably going to likely hit your max loss or your max risk, because those losses end up stacking if you hold your trades, into the next day. So that's why I personally only trade US 30 on my FTMO, even though, my Forex trades still hit pretty often. That's why I'm starting my third account. I'm still waiting for FTMO to send me my let's see where it's at. Yeah, I'm still waiting for FTMO to send me my new account from my other payout, because I had another account. I passed it. I got funded. I ended up getting my money back, but instead of getting my money back, I requested a new 100K account instead. So now I'm working on my third 100K account. Hopefully I get that soon. And then when I get that soon, then I can start merging that together and start trading US 30 on a huge account. And look at US 30 pushing up right here. Let me check the news real quick, see if there's anything indicating that push up. No heavy news. Let's see if there's anything else here. Euro, dollar, and pop. Yeah, I don't really see anything, guys. It's probably just a small little spike up or whatever. But we will we'll wait and see how that plays out in a bit. It's about 9:30, guys. So this 4 hour candle closes in about 30 minutes. So in about 10 to 15 minutes, I'm gonna start looking for trades, And then after that, we can probably, wrap it up for the New York session and then see how this week closes out. It's been a weird week, guys. Honestly, I've talked to other people from other trading groups that, run their own trading companies and stuff. Everyone is doing kind of weird this week. Everyone does recognize that the market's been weird. You guys can see that, last week we had a phenomenal week. We had so many wins, so many profits. It's like a flawless week for us. And this week it's just been weird because I was wondering if it was just, something was up with the market or if it was, maybe the strategy had needed some fine tuning. But after talking to other people from other, trading companies and trading groups, they all mentioned that they all took a bunch of L's. Like a lot of people were taking losses. So I'm glad that we didn't take so many trades because we were able to prevent, eating some more losses than we needed to. So just to keep in mind, guys, this is a shitty week overall, but it doesn't mean that it's going to continue. So next week could be, could be a lot better. So we're just rolling. We're pretty much just rolling with these blows as we take these trades. But I'm making sure that I'm not calling bad trades. I'm making sure that we take quality trades, even though there's not many available, so that we can capitalize once the market picks back up next week. It is Thursday. This week flew by, guys. It's crazy. I feel like I just got on with you guys on Sunday and it's now already Thursday. Kind of sucks because I do like the trading week because it keeps me busy and I like making profits, but we do need some time off to recharge after this draining week after these crazy movements throughout the market. Let me keep going through the chat real quick, see if there's anything else here that I can see. So let's see. Dan said, can the RSI catch you out as an indicator as it shows vastly different on different time zones? Yeah, Dan, so it's totally different on different. Oh no, actually, no, it's the same thing actually, because if it's say if it's like 9 o'clock here and it's like 12 o'clock somewhere else, the RSI is going to be the same because the data is the same. It's just your time is a little different because it just shows the strength of that specific asset. Obviously if it's above 50, it's strong. If it's below 50, it's weak. So that's how people would use that. Let's see, the power couple said, I do the same thing for my RSI, but I also use 3 RSI levels for momentum and reversals. Okay, gotcha. Yeah, some people use that too. But yeah, like I mentioned, I used to use RSI like maybe 5 or 6 years ago. After that, I created my own indicators that show me what I actually want to see. And that's why I don't use them anymore. But they can be used for an extra confirmation if you don't have any other tools to use. See, Flynn said price has been in a downtrend on the 1 hour time frame for the past 24 hours. Yeah, we could take a look at what are we looking at? US 30, right? So if we look at US 30 on multiple time frames, so if I have the trend meter down here. So if you guys aren't familiar with the trend meter down here, you can change the settings to see what the overall trend is on 4 different time frames. So I have it set to the intraday settings, 30-minute, 1 hour, 2 hour, and 4 hour. Basically, if it's green, that means that price is trending up overall. If it's blue, price is neutral or consolidating. When it's green, obviously it's trending up like that. And looking over here, it's obviously in a downtrend right now. So it is in a downtrend on the 30-minute. The pivots as well, it indicates a downtrend. Let's see on the higher time frames as well. On the 1 hour, it's also in a downtrend. It looks like it's rejecting off this K2 pivot. On the 2 hour, it's also in a downtrend. It's just pushing up slightly. And then on the 4 hour, it's in a slight, I guess it's like consolidating, but it's trying to attempt its way down. It's just rejecting off this pivot right now. So that's why it's kind of iffy at this specific moment. So, but we're not looking, I mean, it wouldn't really matter if we were looking at the 4 hour or the other time frame because we're just trying to get this move down here anyways. So that's one way to do it too, Flynn. I don't know if you ever noticed if you ever like thought about doing that before, but you can basically This is something that I used to do. I used to go on multiple time frames, and then I would see if it's, you know, if it's trending down on the pivots. I don't. You've probably done this because a lot of people trade this way, where they try to get confluences on different time frames. I'm probably going to update the pivots indicator, so it'll be like the trend meter down here, so that we can add different time frames to it, so that we can see, you know, where price is moving with regard to the trend on, you know, X amount of time frames, because we trade momentum. So if we're trading momentum and we're able to identify the direction of price, the direction of trend, and the direction of momentum, it's going to, you know, obviously benefit our analysis for that specific pair. Like you can do three, you can probably do three, or you can do four. I think three is probably better, because four might be, you know, it might be a little overkill, honestly, because of how it's moving necessarily. So like right here, we have what is this? The 10-minute. Sorry, I haven't used 4 screens in a long time, so it's kind of confusing to me right here. Okay, so we have price in a downtrend on the 10-minute, the 30-minute, the 1 hour, and then right here on the 4 hour, it's attempting to continue back down. So obviously we're gonna get a lot of noise on the 10-minute, right? It's gonna bounce around. But looking at the 30-minute here, it's still in a downtrend. Same here on the 1 hour, it's still in a downtrend as well. But right here on the 4 hours, just a little slight, it's a slight difference. But we don't plan on holding this long term, so we probably go on the lower time frame, like the 2 hour. So looking at all of these right here, these all indicate a strong downtrend, right? So that's why I'm not super worried about this trade, because obviously it's gonna bounce around on the 10-minute. It's gonna, you know, run through noise. But if you look on these other time frames right here, the higher time frame, the 30, it's still trending down. So we're still anticipating this to come down from here, right? So we're anticipating this to come down from here. It's going to reject off the pivots, come down. Same with the 1 hour. It's going to reject off that pivot and then come on down. And then same with the 2 hour right here as well. Yeah, actually the 2 hour is just beginning its swing to the downtrend. So on the 2 hour right here, if this is just beginning, then we can anticipate once these pivots cross over and they start to spread out, that it'll just have a huge push downwards, like right there, to our TP basically. So this is another way to identify it. I don't know if you've ever done this before, Flynn, but it's something that I used to do. I don't necessarily do it as much anymore, but it's still a good confirmation to identify the direction of momentum and the direction of the trend, because it's trending down on the 10-minute, 30-minute, 1 hour, 2 hour. And this is perfectly fine, because we're trying to get out of this trade within, you know, the next 2 to 4 hours anyways. So if this is one 2 hour candle, this closes, say the next 2 hour candle closes right here, and then the third one will probably just finish its spike downwards, so we hit our full TP. So that's like a quick rundown of how to use indicators. Like I mentioned, there's a million ways to use the indicators, guys. So if you guys have access to the K2 indicators and you guys want to understand something, or you guys need something to give you a better confirmation with your position that you currently have, or something that you're analyzing, I can help you figure out ways to increase your you know, your probability of winning that trade if you need some sort of addition to analyze that specific pair. So let's see what else we got over here. Continue down further. David said, I'm serious. There's a divergence indicator on TV. I'm pretty sure there is, right? Let me see. Because I've seen it before. Yeah, right there, divergence indicator. Yeah. So like this, these indicators that are built into TradingView are really good, guys. So I'm not sure if you guys have used them before, but I'd prefer to use the ones that are built by TradingView, because they actually are like legit and created by people that that actually work for TradingView. Like obviously they want to create good indicators so people use their platform, right? So looking at this divergence indicator, I mean, I obviously wouldn't take these right here, because it's a I'm trying to match these up over here. Okay, so this would be nice right here, actually. You see this divergence right here, and you get a buy signal. I probably would have taken that buy. I'm trying to figure out how to create a strategy around this, because it's really easy, guys. If you guys understand how the indicators work, you can create a strategy pretty simply. Yeah, I don't know how the divergence indicator works though, because it's obviously David's indicator that he uses. But just looking at it here, I don't think it goes well with K2, because we already have momentum, so it kind of it's counterintuitive. But yeah, it's starting to reject down there. So, just looking at it right here, this will give you confirmation that it's still in a downtrend. So I'm not too worried about US 30, especially even looking on the 2-hour, our stop loss is way up here. So we have a lot of space for it to continue. So I guess we'll leave it at that for now and then see how it plays out. It's about 9:37, guys. So we have some time left before the next candle close. Once it hits 9:45, I'll start looking for new trades for Forex. And then we'll call it a day for New York session, and we'll just let our US 30 run and go on with our day. But yeah, I'm hoping it ends up moving around then. Oh no, RX said, oh no, I entered a 15 lot instead of a 12 lot. I mean, we'll see how it plays out. RX, hopefully it drops back down. I think it will, personally. Let's see. We have a question from Ari Pluggy in the chat. She's asking, can I have the trial month for a bit longer now? Because we are already almost half December with bank holidays and Christmas ahead. There's no way I could extend the trial, guys. When you guys sign up, it already states that you have a month from that date. There's no way to really extend it. So sorry, let me respond to her on here too. I mean, the system's automated, guys, so I don't have control over extending it. If you sign up for the trial, it goes for a month out. Extend trial. Sorry, I'm like confused with the question. Can I have the trial month a bit longer? Let's see what we got here. And it seems like everyone's like trying to get a freebie for like everything. Guys, if you guys can't afford $50 for like the trial, then I don't know what to tell you guys, because that's super cheap. You're literally, for $50, you have one-on-one mentorship with me. You have access to my indicators, access to everything, literally. So if that's too much for you, then trading might not be for you, or you just might want to go learn something else. Because I try to make it super affordable for everyone. But we'll see. Dang, man, this US 30 just keeps pushing up right here. Let's see what else we got over here. All right, let me keep going down this question over here. Let me keep going down these over here. Sorry, it looks like I missed a whole bunch of stuff over here. Yeah, so David said, if you don't feel comfortable taking the trades on a live account, either enter it on demo and see if it plays out. Merciful said, I totally forgot about that. Great point. Black DeJerry said it's still at Fib 38.2. It will retest multiple times wick and drop. Yeah, that's exactly what I see happening to Black Jerry. So I'm not too worried about it at all. I mean, even just looking at this, top down analysis right here, it looks like it's still coming down in all of them. So not super worried about that. Let me see what else we have here. Velocity said, I've learned trading really isn't for everyone. It shows people if they're a good trader or not. Yeah, exactly, Velocity. So like for FTMO, it really forces you to trade like a responsible trader. You can't gamble on FTMO because if you do, odds are you'll probably blow your account and lose, your FTMO. So I think FTMO is great. Like a lot of people don't like FTMO because they think it's too strict, but it's strict for a reason, guys. It's training you to be a responsible trader and to follow your trading plan. Because the thing is, if you go off your trading plan for like one trade, you could literally lose your FTMO account without you even expecting it. So I think FTMO has been a blessing, not just for the profits, but also for making me a better trader overall. Because then now I don't make any mistakes. I literally take my trades and I take them all mechanically. Same strategy every single time. Kenny said, if you log into the account on the website, you can get your login credentials. That's how I had to get my login. They never emailed me the details the second time for some reason. Yeah, Kenny, same thing with me. So I had to do that with my other account as well. Oh no, okay, so that's what you mean, because you did the retry as well. So I'm gonna go and do that as well. Let me do that right now, actually. Thanks for that tip, Kenny, because I remember you actually had the same situation. Oh, no. Okay, I know what you're talking about. Because you had the retry. For me, it's a little different. Because I ended up getting a free account, not necessarily a retry. It's just a free account because instead of paying me the refund for passing the funded account, I just asked for another brand new account. But I'm here on the FTMO website right now. It says that they're still processing my payout for this month. I didn't make that much. I made like 2,676. I mean, it's not a lot, but it's also not nothing. So I take that payout over anything anyways. So I took that, and then instead of getting my refund for like $700, I just decided to get another challenge so I can start my 300K soon. So that's a goal for that. Let's see what else we got here. City said, I hope this US3 plays out. Another loss will have my FTMO back to break even. I was 400 away from passing Friday. Damn, City. Yeah, it was this week was a super rocky week, honestly. It was there was a lot of fake outs and a lot of like spikes, and then it just literally went back and forth. Like the trade that I took last night, I'm so pissed that I lost that because it literally spiked to stop loss and then it went straight to full TP. Super annoying. Hey, Lisa, how's it going? Let me see. Lisa said, can you merge accounts more than once on FTMO, or do you have to wait until you have 300K accounts to do it all at once? So, Lisa, I think you can do them multiple times. So right now I have 200K accounts, but I don't want to merge them because it takes them a while to merge them. It'll take them like maybe a week or so. So I'd have to take time off. Jazz just messaged me. Hey, Jazz, are you in this live? I just saw your message. But yeah, Lisa, I think you can merge them at different times, but it takes them time to merge it. So if I was to merge my 200K accounts, I might not be able to trade for maybe over a week. And then I'm just going to lose profits if that happens. So that's why I'm waiting to get the 300K. So I can just do it all at once, because I would hate to merge the 200K and then not make any profit for like maybe nearly a couple of weeks, like 1 or 2 weeks. And then again, like the next month when I get my other 100K, I would have to merge those two, and it's just a hassle. So instead of doing that, I just trade both of the accounts right now separately. Dan said, oh, sorry, my bad. I meant trading times. But bro, you went into load more detail as you talked about the other indicators. Yeah, definitely, Dan, no problem. Dominic said, hi, Shawn. I often see you referring to on your K2 pivot scalping strategy to moving averages. I thought the pivots were to, hey, Dominic, I'm kind of confused with your question. Let me reread it again. Dominic said, hi, Shawn. I often see you referring to your K2 pivot scalping strategy to the moving averages. I'm trying to figure out what you mean by that, Dominic, because I don't use moving averages for my, let me just reread your question again. Or maybe you said something below here. Okay, so I'm gonna reread Dominic's question again. I often see you referring to your K2 pivot scalping strategy to moving averages. I thought the pivots were to swings with the price. Dominic, those are two different indicators. These labels right here are the pivots high low. So these just indicate the highs and the lows where price pivots from. The K2 pivots indicator is this right here. It's to identify the trend and points of rejection. So they're two totally different indicators. This isn't a K2 indicator, it's a trading view indicator. And this one's totally different too, because these labels just identify the highs and lows, while the pivots indicator indicates the trend and areas of rejection. So I think you might have gotten confused with those, Dominic, but those are they're totally different indicators. They just have pivots in the name, but these are pivots high low, and these are the K2 pivots indicator. So I think that's where the confusion was. Hopefully that clears it up for you. Yeah, let me read your other question over here as well, because you had one more question on top of that. Dominic's asking, what's the best K2 scalping strategy for lower time frames, like the 15-minute and intraday strategy? Oh, wait. Dominic, it seems like a lot of your questions are kind of like, they're kind of meshed. So I'm going to try to break down your question here. Your first question is, what's the best K2 scalping strategy for lower time frames like 15-minute? And then I'll cut that off and I'll answer your other question after, because your questions are kind of mixed together. So for the 15-minute, you can use the pivot strategy. It's the same one that we've been looking at with, let me just open another chart here. So we got US 30. So you're talking about the 15-minute. It doesn't matter what time frame you trade on. It's the same thing. It's the strategy still works. So right here is the pivot strategy. Price comes up, retracement, or actually, yeah, price comes up, retracement, rejection, buy signal, and then you can pretty much ride this up, right? Same situation here. Pivot strategy, price comes down, retracement from down here. So price comes from here. Price is trending down because you can see price is below the pivots. We see this retracement right here, swings up, rejection at this point, and then you can pretty much take that sell down that way. So if you were to take this trade, you enter a sell down here. Your stop loss would have to be pretty high though. So it's not necessarily scalping. It depends on which strategy you're applying. I mean, for which asset. Because for US 30, I probably wouldn't scalp it on the 15-minute. That's too high because the movements are going to be very big. So if you were to put your swing here, so if I was to say if I was to enter this right here, and this is a big move because if you wanted to take this right here for a pivot entry and then you enter a short position, it's just super risky because you have to put at the previous swing, which could be here or it can be even up here. If you're trading on the 15, I'd probably take the wider one. I think 1,500 pips is too small for a bigger time frame like this. So you might want to put it up there to like, I don't know, 260, something like that. And then if you let it run, then it it goes on for a while. So if you're scalping, I would probably use a different time frame if you're using US 30. However, if you're trading on something like GJ or I don't know, there's a ton of different things that you can trade on. Like if you're trading on GJ right here, I'm going to show you an example here. So price is trending down. You have price come down from here, retrace from this point, shoots up here. You have a rejection from this point. You have the sell signal. You would enter a short position. So this is different. It's only 30 to 40 pips right here. Wow, look at these spikes right here for US 30, guys. Crazy. But yeah, back to this right here. If you wanted to apply this on the 15-minute, you let it run, and obviously hits full TP, right? Same situation here. It's the same strategy. It works on all time frames. It doesn't really matter which one you're literally using it for. Right here, price comes up. It retraces from this point, rejection from this point, buy signal, you enter a long position right there, you let it run, and then it hits full TP. So the pivot strategy works perfectly fine on the 15-minute. You can use that if you want to trade on there. And then you're asking what's the best strategy for intraday 1 hour. It really does matter because all the strategies work. They all work on all the time frames, Dominic. So it was like what everyone was saying earlier in the chat. You have to find which strategy works for you because it doesn't matter. All these strategies are profitable, but if you don't like applying it, then it's not going to work for you because you're not going to be excited to take that trade. You know, you're like, oh, I have to go and like look at these stupid requirements that I don't even like to look at. And these trades have different requirements. So if you want to apply the intraday strategy, you can apply that. If you want to apply the momentum pullback strategy, you can apply that. If you want to apply the pivot strategy, you can apply that as well. I mean, there's really no specific strategy that you should apply. You know, you should apply what works for you. So here I'm going to show you, for example. Hey, what the heck? Why does it look like that? Okay, so for example here, you see that you have a green buy signal and a green trend meter, right? If you have that, then this would qualify as an entry for the intraday strategy. So the intraday strategy doesn't use the pivots. You just match green and green. If that happens, then you take a long position there and you hit full TP. That's going to be for that specific strategy, right? On top of that, the same entry applies for the pivot strategy. You have a pivot right there, price retraces from this point, rejection, buy signal. We don't use the trend meter. It's the same exact entry. See? So it doesn't matter which strategy you're applying. If you're applying the intraday strategy, or if you're applying the pivot strategy, it's the same exact entry. So it doesn't matter which one you apply. It just depends on which one you like to use. Because for the pivot strategy, you use the pivots. For the trend meter, you don't use the pivots, but you use the trend meter. So, you know, it's the same exact entry. It's just a different strategy. So depending on what you like to apply, that's what you would use. And it's the same situation for the 1 hour as well. If you're using the 1 hour, you can use the pivots if you like. You have a sell signal right here. So here's an example. Price comes down, retraces from this point, rejection from this point, sell signal. You enter a short position. Then you hit TP, or does it hit TP? So it looks like it comes down here. So you might have wanted to, it's kind of a, oh, actually, so I think our stop loss was too wide because we usually put it at the previous swing right here, right? So if I was to put this at the previous swing, which would be right here for a gain of, what is it, like 45 pips? So it's at the swing, you let it run, then yeah, it would hit TP or it hit stop loss. I don't know, it looks like it hit TP first, but this huge spike right here could have worked in both directions. So this would have been an entry for a pivot strategy. Same ways with the intraday strategy as well. You can see that it's red here. We have a red signal, and then we have a red trend meter down here as well. So if those line up, it's the same exact entry. It just depends on which strategy you want to apply. So it's really up to your preference, but all the strategies are profitable. So it just depends on which one you're better at applying. So hopefully that answers your question, Dominic. I think I answered your question properly because your question was kind of mixed up. Let's go back to US 30 right here. Nice. So look at that wick, Black to Jerry, is exactly what we were talking about earlier. You know, we had that rejection off there and it's coming straight back down. So looks good for us. Let me see what else we have here. Let me keep going through these questions real quick. Devraj said, what do you think? Oh shit, sorry guys, we have 5 minutes. Let me just scan through these trades real quick. So I got super sidetracked with going over those strategies for you guys. So let me just see if there's any entries right here. Damn, look, if we took that odd CHF, would have hit full TP, 40 pips. Damn it. Okay, so odd JPY. Let me see if there's upper zones over here. Go on the 8 hour. Daily. Weekly. Okay, so this doesn't push up, it's like way over here. I got 6 minutes. I gotta zoom right through this real quick, guys. So we do have an entry here. I think we're going to take it. Yeah, it looks great. So I'm going to call this trade right here. I might end up just canceling that stupid odd NZD because there's like no, doesn't seem like there's going to be anything for us to take on that one. So let's get that 60 pips right there. So I'll mark that up. I got 4 minutes left, guys. I'm just going to scan through these really quick because I don't have time to really do a deep analysis of any of these because I don't want to miss these signals. We've been missing so many signals this week because I keep getting sidetracked. Weekly, daily. It's on the weekly, okay. So odd USD looks good right here too. The US dollar looks super weak. And it's Thursday though. That's the what? So Ari is right here saying, not very nice to read this. However, you must remove your advertisements in this very soon. Too bad, because this day after a lot of studies about all your videos and all your live sessions, I decided to pay and go ahead after the trial month because your K2 strategies look very promising. But now I have my doubts considering your short answer. Ari, I'm on a live session right now, so don't have time to answer your question here because you're trying to be a freeloader and ask for a free month. If you don't want to be part of K2, it's completely fine. Like I mentioned, these are all free. It's every time I get responses like these, guys, it's like people are so ungrateful. It's like I'm giving you guys this free knowledge and free everything, and then you want a free month, but I'm not giving it to you. So you want to go and say, okay, you have doubts because I don't want to give you a free month. That's completely fine. Go ahead and find another person to learn from because people here want to learn, and I'm here to teach you guys. But if you guys are gonna like beg for like free stuff and be a freeloader, then I honestly don't want you part of K2 anyways, because I'm here already giving free info, but you want more free after I've already given you all this already free. It's just, man, it's crazy the people you run into like in this space, guys. It's like I'm trying to give you guys as much info and as much knowledge as possible, but even that's not enough. That's not enough. Like you need extra free for someone to really believe that you know what you're doing. But yeah, Ari, if you don't want to be part of K2, that's completely fine. We're still going to be profiting here regardless whether you join K2 or not. But you're welcome to join if you want to. If not, that's your loss. Because I'm still going to be on this live session every day. It baffles me, guys, that people want everything like spoon fed to them. But whatever, I don't care. It doesn't really bother me at all because I'm still going to keep trading. I'm still going to keep doing what I'm doing. It doesn't really make a difference to me at all. So let me see what else we got over here. Flynn said Ari's being a Karen. Yeah, no, I mean, it's really up to you guys. If, I'm here to help you guys out with everything. I give you guys free trades. Literally, this US 30 trade is completely free, You guys are here. But if that's not enough for you, I don't know what else to tell you guys. Sorry. Like, if you guys want help, I'm here to help you guys. But if you're going to beg for something or, take that against me, that I'm not giving you a super detailed answer, I honestly don't know what to tell you guys. So nothing here for EA. Sorry, guys, I went on that rant. That just rubbed me the wrong way because I've been helping you guys with this. Even she's been on the live sessions getting information from me. And she still is like upset because I'm here having a live session and I didn't give her a detailed answer why I didn't want to give her a free month. I mean, I don't know where's the logic in that at all. But yeah, guys, back to our trades. Sorry, you guys had to hear me rant, but that just really, really rubbed me the wrong way. I don't know what to say to that. Flynn said, Ari, get out of here with that negative energy. 100%, man. Like, we're here to profit. We're all here to learn. But I'm not here to win you guys over. I'm hearing you guys could see the the value that I give you guys for free. But if you guys don't see that there's value here, then maybe this isn't the place for you. Let's see. All right, so we got nothing there. NZD CAD, nothing there. NZD CHF, NZD JPY. Yeah, I'm just gonna respond to people here. That's cookie once it's done before. Once it's done before. From I don't even know how to respond to Ari at this point, guys. Like, I'm just gonna give her a thumbs up because that's all. Like, I don't know how to respond to that. If you have doubts considering K2 because I'm not trying to give you a free month, then that's really up to you if you don't want to join or not. Because regardless, I trade full time, guys. Like, I don't have anything else to do. I trade. This is all I do. So even if people aren't signing up to K2, I'm still gonna make profits trading. It really does matter. This is just for a small little subscription or for access to everything. I'm still gonna be trading regardless. So it doesn't really make a difference to me whether people sign up to K2 or not. I'm still gonna be trading because this is how I make my living from trading. David, do you know what I would say? Let's see. And we might cancel this auto NZD, guys, because it's not really moving at all. However, our US 30 is looking nice, coming straight back down, so that's cool. Let's see what else we got here. We got GC over here. Let's see what else is over here. So guys, it doesn't really look like there's that many entries right now. Let's take a quick look at Vinicius. Said, dude, take a look at GU. So GU right here, Vinicius, we do have a sell momentum right here. So I'd wait for this to close below here before we take an entry. So there's no entry on that right now. But I'll take a look at that in a deeper aspect a little later. Let me just take a look at all of these JPY pairs real quick because I do have an AJ and a CJ that is available right here. Let's see. I just want to make sure they're all correlating. So they're risky, but it could be a good push up. I'm worried to take that AJ trade because it's pushed up a little too high. So you can see here, it looks like it might be due for some retracement. But let's see, KJPY2. It's a risky pair to trade right now because it can pull back. Well, I mean, odds are it could possibly pull back. The AUD pairs are pretty strong though. So maybe I'll take that, or even AU right here as well. We have a couple opportunities right here. AU, AJ, CJ, EU. I'm probably not going to call it EU. GC right here, but it's dropped way too far. I don't think I would take that trade. It's really too far down. That too. So right now we've got Shawn didn't say anything about my. Sorry, HL, I didn't read any of these messages up here, so I still got to go up and read everything. I don't even think I got to your offer. If you scroll up, the last message I read was the one from Dominic, where he was asking what was the best K2 strategy. I got too caught up looking for trades right now. So I'll take a look at your questions soon. HL, give me a second. Let me just finish analyzing these real quick, because I'm not sure which one do I want to do right now. Let's see. JPY. So I think I'm going to call this AJ trade. This trade looks good. So I'm going to call this, even though it looks a little risky. And I'm just going to enter that market right now because I don't want to miss the move. 60 pips. So I'm probably going to cancel my, I don't want to take a standard lot. I'm probably going to cancel my, so I took a standard lot right there on AJ. I'm going to cancel my AN. Or I'll leave it there, actually. I'll leave it there for now. I'll see if it ends up swinging up. But I'm going to call this trade over here. Real quick in the premium. Oh, sorry, I don't think this is the right one. JPY. So you guys saw me enter that. So if you guys want to enter AJ with me, I'm already in the trade. It's just up to you guys if you guys want to enter this or not. So I'm in AJ right now, guys. If you guys want to take it, sending it to the premium real quick. Shit, I sent it to the free group. Let me delete that real quick. It's not meant for the free group yet. All right, so let me go and take a look at the questions over here. Yeah, let me go through the questions over here real quick. Let me see what's going on. Let me go, so I did call AJ. Let me put the alerts real quick just so I can see. And just an FYI, guys, my trade's already active. So if you guys want to enter that trade, all right, cool. So I'm gonna set my alerts up real quick. I'm in profit, or it's bouncing around in profit for my AJ trade over here, TP1. TP2. Full TP. Then let's get the stop loss over here as well. It looks like US 30 is just bouncing all over the place, huh? Huge spikes. All right, so let me go down the questions real quick. Looks like I missed a lot of stuff as I was answering all of these questions over here. Okay, so let's see. We have Flynn said if divergence is found near support resistance, it's more valid. Supposed to be in the middle of the trend. HL said it's a downtrend at the moment. About to change. The entry is not good. So I'm not wrong. Deswell said, listen, 50 bucks, you can make that back in a week. Flynn said, market makers are trying to stop hunt all the sellers that got in right after New York Open. Flynn said, good thing we waited and didn't jump in the sell. The other retail traders waited for confirmation, definitely. Okay, HL said, hey, Shawn, I can send you 500 bucks. So you can get 10 guy members, and that will be for those guys. Oh, I see what you're saying, HL. So HL, the thing is, people have money to pay for it, bro. It's not the fact that people don't have money for it. It's the thing that people are just trying to get stuff for free. So like, I don't mind teaching and helping people, but a lot of people don't take things seriously unless they have skin in the game. You get what I'm saying? So if people aren't like paying for anything, they're just gonna not even do anything. Because before, I used to give K2 out for free. It was literally a free trial, and people would sign up and they wouldn't use the indicators. They would just go in and get the signals. That's literally all they would do. So that's why I think it's different for certain people. And I think with let me go back and read what she said. So Ari said, can I have the trial month a bit longer now? So here's the thing, like if you want to extend your trial, I don't have access to that because the system's automated. So if you want me to add a week to it, I can't do that. It's like, okay, if you sign up for Spotify or Apple Music, an Apple Music trial, right, for a month, you can't just ask Apple, hey, Apple, can you just extend my trial for another month or another week? They're going to be like, nope, you're going to have to pay right away. So I don't understand why it's different for this. You get what I'm saying? It just doesn't make sense, like what she's trying to ask for. So I don't think it's that she doesn't have money. It's just the fact that they just want a freebie out of this, which I'm already giving enough freebies, with all of this. But I mean, yeah, HL, if you want to do that, you can reach out to people. Honestly, I don't even need the money, bro. So it's not me that really needs it. I just want people to have some sort of responsibility, because if people get stuff for free, they don't take responsibility for things, or they don't even use it. Even for myself, guys, whenever I get free trials for anything, I probably don't even use it most of the time. But if I'm paying for it, I'm going to use it for sure. You get what I'm saying? Like, I'm not going to, like if I get a gym membership and it's like a free month, I'm probably not going to go every day. If I get a gym membership and I'm paying for a monthly subscription, I'm going to go to the gym. So it's a mindset thing. But let me see what else we got here. Velocity said, honestly, me and Shawn have talked about this. It seems best to, if you're doing FTMO or just taking signals at the beginning of the month. Yes, Velocity said, if you're gonna do FTMO, you should do it from the beginning to the end of the month, because the way that the market moves, if you look at our results for the month, we were kind of like looking at it. So November, last month was November. If you look at the results for the month, but it kind of varies from month to month. So I don't think this is something that that me and Velocity looked at, but looking at Velocity. So if you look at the month results here for November, wait, where are the month results for November? So the month results for November right here. So you can see, like for our Forex trades, we have a lot of wins that happen between the second week to the last week. But the thing with November is that elections was the first week. So that's a factor there. Velocity, that's one reason why we had more trades during week 2, week 3, week 4. And then looking back at October, see for October, it was about the same as well. So Velocity, I don't think it really, I mean, it does work if you take the full month, but it's still going to come full circle at some point. Like October, we didn't really have a crazy amount of news. So we had consistent trades throughout the week. We had like 7 trades, 8 trades, 9 trades, 14 trades, and then 12 trades right there. So what Velocity trying to say is that you should probably take, the entire full month to have consistent results, which it does make sense. But it doesn't necessarily mean that's, it's always going to play out that way. Like right here in September, towards the end of the month, we had less trades versus in the beginning of the month. So it just really depends on when you take it and how the market conditions are at that time, because it's just really dependent on how on how the market's moving at that specific time, because there's a lot of different factors that factor into the market volatility. HL said, I may have made good profits this year. Vlassi said, Flynn said, AN moves slower than Congress trying to pass a new stimulus bill. So I'm going to go back to look at AN real quick. Yeah, AN is like not moving at all. My AJ is now, it's slightly in profit. It keeps bouncing around, but it looks fine where it is so far. So that's it for AN right there. Let me look at what's next. Deswell said, that's crazy. Flynn said, Flynn said, all right, get out of here with that negative energy. HL said, got it, but I got enough capital for trading. Flynn said, Ari sounds like a Trump supporter. David, same. Sorry, I'm just looking through here real quick to see if there's anything else that I missed. But yeah, HL, I mean, yeah, I definitely appreciate that. It'd probably be better if you just, find someone else, like find the people that actually need it. You can probably put a message in the chat or something. But I personally don't really, I would give them a free trial. Like I don't mind giving out free trials, guys. Just to certain people that really need it, I don't mind giving out free trials. But if there's people that are like demanding it, or they feel entitled to getting something free, nothing in life is free, guys. Like I didn't become at this level of trading like begging for stuff. I literally worked hard and I actually like tried to understand this stuff. So that's kind of what I mean about it. Like I want someone, if someone's going to get something for free, I want them to actually use it, not just take it and then not even use it, because that's usually what happens. Let me keep going down these questions again, because I know I'm skipping through a lot of these real quick. Let's see, we have another one over here. Yeah, Braden. So Braden's asking for entering odd JPY. I already entered it, so if you want to enter it, you can. It's currently at around entry right now. So if you guys want to enter that trade, I did call it in the premium group over here. Let's see what else we got here. We got, yeah, so Vinicius, I'll take a look at GU real quick. Sorry, I think guys, there's like so much going on in the chat. I don't realize if I answered Dilraj's question. So Dilraj wanted GN. So let me pull up GN real quick. Sorry, Dilraj, if I missed your question, if you're still here. Basically for GN right here, it's obviously in a downtrend right here, but momentum was swinging up right here. Now price has broken this structure. However, we haven't had a sell signal yet. So until we get a sell signal, I wouldn't enter this because it can retrace back at any time. And then you don't want to get caught in that retracement. I'd wait for a sell signal for it to push down. And then once we have that there, then I would enter a sell position and pretty much ride this down to the next zone down at the bottom right there, right? That's pretty much what I would do at that point. So I'd wait for that confirmation for us to enter that trade, because right now we just don't have that confirmation ready yet for us to really make that entry. So I'm going to hold off on this for now, but this is pretty much what I see for GN. For Vinicius, I'll pull up GU real quick for you. I looked at it slightly earlier, but it's the same situation here. Same situation with GN. Basically, the most recent signal was it was a sell signal. So we do have a sell signal right here. What we'd wait for is we'd wait for price to break this structure right here so that we can take a sell position after that. However, it's so close to this next structure right here, that's going to be a risky trade, because once price reaches this structure right here, it'll either reject off here or it'll continue back down further. So it just becomes risky because there's a lot of areas of rejection. Price can reject from there, or price can reject from here, or price can make it down to full TP before rejecting from that point as well. So it just really depends on where price is going to reject from. But for me personally, I wouldn't take GU right now because there's too many areas of rejection. The last thing you want to do is enter this trade. It rejects on you here and then it stops you out, right? Same situation down here. If it gets to this point over here and then it rejects off this point, it can stop you out from that point as well. But this would be a lot safer if it comes down to here, because then you can move your stop loss and profit, somewhere down here, 50%, so that if it does reverse like that, you get stopped out at half profit. So that's it for GU right there. It's the same with all the GU pairs. They all seem to be bearish right now, but we'll have to see how it plays out, with time, because the market's just moving really weird, this whole week. Pull up US 30 real quick. So US 30, it's still pretty much ranging, guys. It's like on the 10-minute, it's pulling up a little bit, but then it could drop at any point. But on the 1 hour, it's rejected off that pivot really nicely. Same with the actually a 30-minute, the 1 hour, and the 2 hour. It's rejecting off these pivots really nicely. So if I zoom in right here, you can see it reject off this pivot. This 2 hour candle is going to close in about 30 minutes. So once that closes, we can probably see a nice push downwards from here. So that's basically what I see happening possibly within the next couple hours. Also, if you guys are familiar with how US 30 moves during lunchtime, once it hits 12 my time, within about 2 hours, it usually has a huge spike in price. And that spike in price is usually the momentum from the banks, closing out their trades, or just pretty much people just exiting the market. So I can see people like a flood of sell orders coming in, because it is Thursday. Market's going to be closing tomorrow. So a flood of orders coming in, pushing price super down hard. And then at that point, it'll probably hit our TP. So that's what I'm waiting for right there. Hopefully it hits, sometime sooner than later, because I do hate seeing this go sideways for such a long time. Let me see what else we have here. If there's any other questions. Flynn said, if you look for shortcuts in trading, you pay dearly. Invest in education, don't nickel and dime. If trading is important, you save for education, subscriptions, indicators. Exactly. I agree with you as well. Braden said, bro, I'm here to learn. K2 is amazing so far. I've spent money on other courses. Nothing compares close to K2. My goal is to have a 100K FTMO by July. Even if I had to pay full price every month, I would. So Braden, definitely, I think you could definitely reach that, within, not even by July, bro. That's you being like modest. July is a really long time. You could probably pass the FTMO within like less than a month. I think the 20-day minimum. So I'm starting my brand new account sometime soon. And then once I have that, you guys can follow my journey. Maybe I'll record all of my trades on that, like our live trades. And then you guys can see, me get that account funded within, the X amount of time. But we'll see how that works out. We are entering the holidays, so the market might slow down a bit. Otherwise, we'll try to make the best out of it and try to make some profits off that as well. So let's see what else we got here. See Susie, yeah, very kind gesture, HL. Flynn said, everyone, January is just around the corner. New month, new year, new beginning. Trading is a marathon, not a sprint. Exactly, Flynn. I agree with Flynn 100%. And that's what I mean about the results, guys. So if you guys look at our results for the year, I don't know if January was that good. Was it that good? Let's see. So looking at our results for the year, see, January was pretty decent. We had like 1,700 pips for Forex, and then February was really low. It was 500 pips only. And then March, it blew up again. Oh, this is because of COVID. COVID happened, and then the market was just easy to profit. And it's been pretty consistent over the years, over the months overall. So like, yeah, what Flynn said, if you just stay consistent and just keep adding on your trades and stuff and your wins, you'll end up growing your account over the entire year. Because you see all the trades here from January up until December. If you took every trade and you had a positive month every single month, like even if it's just a few bucks, few $100, a few $1,000, you would still compound your account and continue to grow, over and over. But yeah, let me keep looking over here and see what else is going on in the chat. Velocity said, I'm referring strictly to US 30, play for the statement. Definitely. Merciful said, Shawn, can we take a look at KJPY? So Merciful, I was looking at KJPY too. I think it's going to be bullish, but I found that AJ was probably the better option because all of the AUD pairs are pretty bullish. Like odd CHF is bullish, odd JPY is bullish, odd NCD is bullish, odd USD is bullish. So that's why I took odd JPY. The thing with KJPY is that I wasn't able to check if the CAD was actually strong. But looking at here, like CAD CHF, it's bullish. CAD JPY is bullish. Let's see what else. Your CAD is bearish. NZD CAD is bullish. So you can see the correlations aren't exactly on point. So that's why I didn't want to take this one, because I wasn't sure if this was actually going to go up. However, AUD/JPY looked like the better option, which is why I called that trade. And because of the current market conditions, I'm being a little careful. So I'm not calling both because I'm not sure if they're, going to run as smoothly as we anticipate. So that's pretty much the same analysis for AJ with CADJ over here, because they're both bullish. But like I mentioned, I'm not sure how far or how long it's going to push up. So if you want to take it, Mersabai, you can. However, like I mentioned, it doesn't seem like as strong as a buy position as AUD/JPY, which is why we chose that one instead. Let's see what else we got here. Let me keep going down the list. Yadia said, hey, Shawn, I missed my entry at US 30. Should I enter now? Yeah, you can enter now if you want. You'll get in at a discount, Yadia. We're still in the trade. It's still active. It's currently rejecting off this structure. And I think it's going to push down from there. So it's probably going to push down from here straight down to our profit. Looking at the higher time frames as well, it looks like a pretty smooth drop in the bucket. Also, we haven't had that sell signal yet. So technically the entry technically would have not have came yet, but it looks like it's going to drop at some point eventually. So you can enter now if you want, Yadia. We're still in this trade, so you can join with us if you like. Usman said, bro, with the money I've made this month, my first month with K2, I'm a member for good. Well, I don't understand how you didn't make money in your first month with K2. You have to pay for the monthly membership fee. Yeah, guys, exactly. So like there's a lot of profit potential with K2, and I'm here to help you guys reach that profit potential, but you guys have to make that effort and actually want to learn and, attend these live sessions where you can actually pick up information and increase your knowledge. Because, trading is not it's not something where you just don't do anything and make money. You have to actually do work and understand what you're necessarily doing. Merspa said GCAD. So Merspa, was looking at GCAD as well. Same situation right there. The thing is, it dropped so heavily that I personally wouldn't want to take it just yet. Or actually, no, it hasn't closed below here yet. So until this candle closes below here within the next 3 hours, then I would take it. But this previous candle didn't close below. So if this candle closes below the structure right here at 1.69075, then I would enter a short position right there and then pretty much ride this thing down from there, right? Easy as that. That's basically what I would do in this case for GCAD. But we would have to wait for this to close below there before taking that trade, Mersba. Matt said, HL, thanks for your kindness. I thought about it too, but sincerely, in my opinion, K2 is just cheap. It's almost free as it is. Yeah, definitely. Because, you guys make the profit back within, like basically one Forex trade. You can make your profit back like pretty easily, even if you're taking a small lot size. Because I think each win generally. So if I go down to our results here, yeah, our results from even just today. Our results from today, if you took AU and you took even the mini lot size, you'd make $80 off that. And then you could have locked in some profit off that. All right, cool. So we got a sell signal on your US 30. So we had a sell signal and then now it's pending, but it's looking like it's going to come back down sometime soon. It's 10:30 right now, guys. So in about 2 hours, we're probably going to see that huge rush of volatility, which will push price down, which is going to work very well in our favor. So, and keep going down the questions right here, guys. Nicholas said, are you going to share your trades during your FTMO challenge? So Nicholas, all the trades that I'm going to be taking on the FTMO are going to be the US 30 trades. So all these trades that I call for US 30 every morning are the only trades that I take on my FTMO. Sometimes I'll take some scalp trades on my own, and I might share those, but for the most part, I'm taking these daily US 30 strategy entries, which is what I've been doing for all my FTMOs since I started doing FTMO. So if you want to take these trades, they'll be they'll be here. on our live sessions. Trader J is here. Trader J said, Sugar Daddy Shawn paid my bill for the year. K2 payouts. Nice, nice. Yeah, no, if you guys saw Jalicia's profits, man, like Jalicia is like, she like literally killed it. She's only been here for like a month. And let me just show you guys what Jalicia did. So Jalicia over here, let's see. Jalicia was trading with us for like a month and she like literally killed, like literally. She, I don't know where's her profits. Her profits are here somewhere. So Jalicia is right here. This was her on the 3rd. She like killed it like crazy. Like she made a ton of profit with us, and she made her withdrawal of 7,394. Like Jalicia is like amazing, man. Props to Jalicia for that. I don't know how she does it. She stays awake every single trading session. She sleeps like she sleeps in intervals, which I don't know how she does it. But yeah, she made 7,394 in like 2 weeks. Yeah, 2 weeks she made 7K. So she's right there in the chat right now, guys. You know, Jalicia is a real person. She's not a fake profile. She's a real person. She's there in the chat. She made all this profit and she's like literally been killing it every single day. So it just goes to show, you know, if you guys really actually put in the work, you guys can literally kill the market with K2 and with all of us together, because we all take the same trades. So if we're profiting, you should be profiting as well. Let me see what else we got over here. Jalicia said team no sleep. Yeah, she's up like 24/7, and it's all paying off because now she could sleep with it. She could sleep in her $100 bills, basically. Jalicia said they think I'm a bot. It's funny, man. Yeah, I'm glad to have you with us, Jalicia. I don't even know how you found K2, but I'm glad you found us because you've been profiting like insanely. You know, and I love seeing your profits every time you send. And your charts too. Yeah, your charts are super clean. You're actually doing the work. You're actually, you know, improving every time we take trades together. Let's see what else we got here. See if there's anything else. So 215 billionaire yells asking you Euro USD sell or no. So let me look up Euro USD real quick. Euro USD looks like a buy to me, 215. So we have a bullish bias right here. Obviously, it's in a it's in a strong uptrend. If you want to take a look at that, it's obviously in a strong uptrend right here. So that's one confirmation that it's going up. Second confirmation is we have a bullish momentum signal right here. So this is going to indicate that price is probably going to shoot up to this next zone. And on top of that, we turn on the pivots. Price is obviously trending up. You know, the wider the pivot, the stronger the trend. You can see right here that they're starting to split up and they're all angling upwards. So the more that they spread out, the stronger the trend, and the stronger the trend, the stronger momentum, it'll push up. You know, it's just a matter of time for it to push up. So that's what I see happening right there for EU. So I think it's a buy. I don't think it's a sell. Let's see, City said, why is GU in a sell bias if that signal is false? So City, I think you might be confused with the strategies again. So for this, if you're using on the 4-hour, it doesn't matter if it's a false signal because the momentum still pushes in that way. Earlier, we were analyzing it on a scalp, right? So if you're looking on the 10-minute or the 5-minute, you're going to get a ton of signals, right? You get a signal every like maybe 5 or 15 minutes. On the 4-hour, these candles aren't as quick. So if you get a sell signal, even if it's false, it still indicates that momentum is pushing down, because let me show you, for example, over here. Just because it's a false signal doesn't mean that it's not going to go in that direction. It just doesn't qualify for those other strategies that we were looking at. So like right here, we had a false sell signal, right? But then price still came down because it still indicates that momentum is swinging down. It doesn't guarantee that price is going to come down or go up. It just gives you confirmation that momentum is coming down. So you have this sell signal and then momentum swings down. It goes down for about, let's see, it goes down for about 2 days, and then the momentum swings the other direction. So do you get what I'm saying right here, City, with the signals on the 4-hour versus signals on the 5-minute and 10-minute if you're scalping? They're totally different because they come way farther apart in comparison to the shorter time frame. So the invalid signals does matter if you're applying it on the higher time frames. It matters if you're applying it on the shorter time frames because you're trying to catch that smaller move. But if you're applying it on the larger time frames, we're not indicating that it's moving because we don't enter on the close of that candle. We enter when price breaks structure. So price break structure right here. The last signal was a sell signal. Odds are it's going to continue down further. Do you get what I'm saying, City? Just want to make sure you understand this because I think the way that you see it is you're correlating the valid signal with that it's supposed to move in that direction, which it does move in that direction whenever we get that signal, you know, before it reaches a structure. However, this strategy doesn't work that way. The strategy that we're applying, the K2SR strategy, we are indicating that momentum has already been established. We have a buy signal here. We're waiting for price to break the structure so that we can write it to the next structure, right? So hopefully that makes sense to you. If not, maybe go back and rewatch the videos, but the analysis for the 4 hour versus analyzing it like on the 10-minute is going to be completely different because it's not meant for the same reason. We're not entering when the candle closes. We're entering when price breaks structure. So that's what makes it different. Let me continue down over here and see if there's anything else. Yeah, no problem, City. Yeah, awesome. I just want to make sure that you understood that because some people don't get it, but it's different on the 4 hour versus the shorter time frames. Let's check out US 30 real quick. Nice. Look at that drop, guys. So it's dropping right back down to our profit zone. We're just gonna have to wait and see how that plays out. So what else we got here? Sorry guys, I got a text message. Hassan to, hey Shawn, I have a question. I noticed you look at US 30 calls and you look for something following mismatched momentum signals. Can you explain that a little more? Hey Hassan, I'm kind of confused with your question. Let me reread it again, sorry. Hey Shawn, I have a question. I noticed you look at US 30 calls and you look for something following mismatched momentum signals. Sorry, Hassan, I don't know what you mean by that. Let me see if you have another thing here, because I'm kind of confused where you say that we're looking for something following a mismatched momentum signal. I think so. You might be talking about a different strategy. So if you're sorry, I'm just really confused with your question. There's another strategy that we have, which is the K2 momentum pullback strategy. So if you wanted to apply that strategy, it would work something like this, where you would have the K2 momentum indicator down here. And basically, okay, let me see. Here, all right, Hassan's being a little more specific here. So Hassan said, for example, sometimes you see a sell signal on a buy candle and you would be like, I'm looking for a buy signal due to the, oh, okay, I see what you're saying now. No, I get it. So what Hassan is talking about is, so here's an example. So here's US 30, right? We're on the 10-minute time frame. The reason why we're looking for the opposite signal, because, so let's check this out. So the way that the strategy works is we wait for the open, right? We wait for 6:30 a.m. So 6:30 is right here. After this, we're looking for the first valid signal. So right here, if we have a sell signal here, the next signal that's going to come after 6:30 has to be the opposite signal, because momentum swings down and then it swings up. It can't go up and then swing up again. It has to swing back down before it swings up. So that's why right here, when we were waiting for the market to open, I was telling you guys that we had a sell right here. So obviously the next signal has to be a buy. So that's why we're waiting for the buy signal here to appear so that we can take a buy. However, this buy signal right here ended up becoming invalid, right? So we ignore this signal right here and then we wait for the next one. So the next one that we're waiting for is the sell signal. So that's why we would wait for an opposite signal, because like this one right here. So this is going to be the valid signal here. You know, we got in this trade a little too early, but the signal is coming right now. So that's why we wait for the opposite signal. So for example, over here, let me just show you an example from like something like last week. So we took a trade last week. Here's 6:30 right here. And I'm just going to show you an example right here, right? Okay, so for example, the last signal was a sell signal, right? This is 6:30 when the market opens. So the first requirement is to look for trades after 6:30. After that, you want to take the first valid signal. So after this sell signal, the only next signal that could appear would be a buy signal, right? Because it can't have two back-to-back sell signals. That's why we're waiting for the opposite signal to take so we can ride the direction in that way. So right here, we got a buy signal, right? That's what I meant. It goes from green to red, red to green, green to red, red to green. So if this was a buy signal over here, then we'd look for a sell signal. But since this is a sell signal, we're now looking for a buy signal, which would appear right here. We would have entered this trade over here. And this is one that we took last week. And then if we were to let it run, obviously it would push in that direction. So that's why we wait for opposite signals, Hassan, because the signals go from red to from buy to sell, and then from sell to buy, because momentum can only swing in the opposite direction. So momentum swinging up, it swings down for a little retracement, swings back up, swings back down for retracement, and then swings back up, et cetera, et cetera. So hopefully that makes sense, City. Sorry, I was just confused with your question because I didn't understand what you meant by the mismatch signal. City said, sounds like they're asking what's the process after seeing a false signal. Yeah, exactly. So yeah, thanks for everyone's input. But yeah, that's pretty much what we were looking for. But yeah, guys, I just realized what time is it. It's like 11 o'clock already. So I have a bunch of errands to go run and I got a bunch of emails to answer. So yeah, guys, I probably have to get off for a bit. I have like 100 emails to answer. I got like 14 Telegram messages and 13 texts that I have to get to. So it was a great live trading room, guys. I know the week's been really slow compared to like, the past previous weeks, but it's all right. Cause the market's like this, it's not always going to be super exciting and it's not always going to be super fast. So, we're going to wrap up this week today. I don't know if I'll trade tomorrow. We'll see. Maybe I'll trade tomorrow. If not, I'll give you guys an update. But if we do, maybe I'll hop on the live for a little bit. But I've been on this live for like well over 4 hours, maybe 5 hours now. So I need to go ahead and run some errands. I need to finish answering all these questions. And then I'll catch you guys back here for the Asia session. So thanks for showing up, guys. Hopefully this helped. You guys got some value out of this. Just a reminder, if you guys haven't already, please like the video and subscribe if you like. That way you guys will get notifications next time I go live. Because sometimes I have live one-on-one mentoring sessions. So if you guys want to sit in on those sessions, you guys are more than welcome. It's completely free, like I mentioned. Just make sure that you like and subscribe to this video and channel so that YouTube will know that you want to see my videos. If they know that you want to see my videos, they'll send you emails like, hey, Shawn's going live for a mentoring session. Click this link to join, stuff like that. But yeah, guys, thanks for showing up. I'll catch you guys here maybe tomorrow morning. If not tomorrow morning, I'll catch you guys on Sunday for the weekly chart analysis. But yeah, guys, if you guys have any questions, just reach out to me on Telegram. And then I can talk to you guys on there. Otherwise, I will catch you guys during Asia session.